Akasma be dunum na no siabo April ne that so adroni ye hie bio me ma munyina chi ma akwaba ye das ye ni so pass we video dey ato need 100.9 na ya no pejumedie Ghana Montie utie bi anopay your station our station Need FM 100.9. Once the call sign is on like this, then you know, say yes, the Radia Dharma will be a crown of the mic in David in Pam the Ashe Radinsa, the Brasso, you didn't say more also near ACCA, or my Ghana Mu, ya debre mo senior and a drada copy me fiada, and a pencil, a January be a crown of the mic, and yes, I said, and come for. Yeah. Simabe do night they call do no more way in the nature so him say send e be call ne say the bon krata na yawoy send and 70 away nim the bon krata na nim 70 be bro mu nsem say be kin kan bi the amount me do be call internet so akwa the various news online portals no saying and ansem no so tie ye didim na no nsia na ye di no nsia kase boy di kan kra dia bro and which you know you better common you be you be pensing near many you know it me atini nyina say interviews ahodo ahihye every person penifo better say na tese o ma ba be show ma dwen won sem ahodo atodua saying and ebeko bezi aboagye ne bedin akwanya so how betimi de adwenkyere eno WhatsApp wo de be fa so na de aba 0503721744 0503721744. Feel free send us your thoughts. I'll bet me do a drink chair or the faso na or the aba. Make our own so say brave woman say quine demo. Bet me be phone lines now. And also what friend now do a drink chair and be the peso. But for now, we are getting on the internet. Near here the various news online portals. But me fast like I say from my peacefmonline.com. And the major online portals, I said, we are no more barbecue if you heard me say. So for starters we're starting off with this one that says you will be punished if you participate in illegal strike. So MD warns workers. The managing director of the Tema Oil Refinery, TOR, Jerry Henson, has described attempt by some workers of the company to embark on industrial action as unlawful. In a letter to the workers, Mr. Henson warned that any worker who participates in the illegal strike action or picketing will be dealt with according to the laws. Ejuma for one more talk. O ma yese wo mo ba be wo yo kire aso mo kwa akobodom pimo te se o metiesi ye MONTIE so na eno na opinion wo hwe ye to Tema Oil Refinery ejuma no so Roger Henson K Henson eno de letter o di ma ejuma fo no say wo a wonnim na be bo hu musuo na wo be se wo ba be tie atua ana wo ba be piketi bia no edo be fam rakwan so to ejuma fo muntie o mo MD say wonnim we ejuma wo to Tema Oil Refinery why wadwin say oba be strike e illegal sa na opeso kire o ye obo hu musuo say oba be piketi edu obedi we'll show you where pepe lies show you pepe. NDC writes to Council of State to reconsider NPPEC board members. The Opposition National Democratic Congress NDC has written to the Council of State to reconsider the appointment of Hajia Salima Ahmed Tijani and Dr. Peter Apiahene to the board of the Electoral Commission. NDC Amanyoko still almost said debut, MONTIE sent your maturokrata, ting. Now, Womadi Aquacoma, a year Council of State said, Woman na we dear. Woman reconsider Hajia Salima Ahmed Tijani and Dr. Apiahene. Painful me ni I do moko yele Electoral Commission board no so. Debut. Bibi wo ho. you don't scrap taxes, an expansion policy of 50% by 2030 will be 2030 will be a mirage. LPG Marketers Association and almost more can say. The liquefied petroleum gas, the LPG Marketers Association has reiterated that the price of LPG will remain high in the country if the taxes are not scrapped. Gas, yeah, I didn't know it. I did go car winning near Kahway. And from LPG Marketers Association. And normally I say we have the Ababa Tuja. And she say, Auntie, taxes and so much. Say, yes, a bono, a better so I question, a better high, sir. A banner sounds to the owners a man for Besanco to the open trade Jan in your Cajon de Biana, you see, you Cheniano. They used to gas, it was a man for you to gas. NDC Prime here, Baku PFM Bana Kojo Jones, MP ambition frozen over eligibility concerns. Oh, Kojo said the Functional Executive Committee of the National Democratic Congress, as at its meeting on Tuesday, April 18, 2023, deferred its decision on the eligibility of Emmanuel Jones Mensah, an aspiring in the Keta constituency parliamentary primaries of the party. Mosi Kojo Jones are there. MPO. Aha, already Kojo Jones. What pursue DMP Wakata? Na NDC penny for say Obroni kan eligibility no ho abasem and that say me ba na petition na ma cheche mu eligibility. Yes, I say obetimi akose wontimi nko. Obetimi agina wontimi nyina. Enti Kojojo nso obegina muside ma wontimi nyina. Enka keta city su de enka we de senka. Ai se ukojina asante ujina voter hodum si ana ujina tikita ujina so no. Obetimi ate se we de cool shop. And you bedding come over chichi mu ye dia mama no pay nyabutre mami na sabiri mami finsi wo hanum sin a wasum na yo de medium di bribri mu eni su keke pra kwa mu na de bankrata ni mu nsem kwabdama for transfer ano pay wo dia no so ba be pay so na enu echi ye fa no sin akase ebo no wie ni e ba atuebo na nsem ni asan esi subium e dia mam need 100 points na Ghana Montie. The one crata no any nsem ni this one. Na my fast ram fama peacefmonline.com ni other major online portals. Nsem na yi free ye. Me baby yi free me mo chair ye. And I'm there said dia mom.
And some ko twiko bata. Esum se don twa no dumaja. Esum Ghana Montie adwumadie so. Eye neat.
Odem kwabra anope yawe nsem no.
Abusia for the bakata daily graphic na me de mam wate amama kwa be. Wade mampeni na nado danko akufo adomfoni abetua. And what I say, Quabenya, Yenya Baras, a full frock crown one more. A posy for Benya baby ada, a dine with a pa.
And who's our dress for a two?
No. I one day, so on the president.
But you might be saying, yeah. Okay.
Now no cry will be laptop. Then no crowd. And dear, I'm friend. Or friend, no apple. And Auntie, I want the man penny for near but one, me say, Barasia. Yes, see, I will Quabignano, or them was some abba. afei nsɛmtwerɛfoɔ ɛna wɔn ka kyerɛ yɛn sɛ sɛdeɛ political ayi ne yɛhyɛ takra wɔ gyam no yɛn nso yɛnya abotrɛ Ghana Revenue Authority foɔ SML foɔ ɛna wɔn pɛ sɛ ɛto a yɛgyegye yɛde boa wɔ man no mpuntuo no wɔn ɛbɛtrɛtrɛ mu ɛkɔwa company ɛne institutions akɛseɛ mmiɛnsa ka bɔ mu a wɔn ba bɛboa na skills development etumi akɔ so ebo krataa de special interfetel nkrataa bi ahyehyɛ mu a wɔkyerɛ sɛ wei deɛ ɛyɛ special supplement a ɔde ma n'atiefoɔ Ghanaian Times yɛnim ha Ghana asenoa mampani kɔ bi ano no wetɔ ne mfoni ade abɛtoa nkɔfoɔ gyina hɔ nom a wɔn bɔ nsɛm aposifoɔ benya baabi ada ɛyɛ 322 housing ya aposifoɔ a wokɔ baras a ɛdan ketewa bi mu na wɔn da no ɛto atwa Ghana Statistical Service foɔ bɔ yɛ amanneɛ sɛ economy no expande yɛ ɛyɛ 3.1% ɛyɛ 2022 MPP ni NDC ɛna IGP ka kyerɛ wɔn sɛ wonya mo politics yo na yɛn nso yɛnyɛ yɛ adwuma a yɛyɛ a de bɔ krataa yɛ frɛ ne sɛ Ghanaian Times ɛde ho asɛm waba afei de bɔ krataa Daily Despatch anim ha owura Benefson ɛne wɔkyerɛ sɛ wɔn mu a edi ononyamfo Alan Kojo Kyerɛmante akyi no wɔn mu didi n'atam sɛ wɔyɛ akɔkora wɔ diifoɔ saa bere deɛ wɔn ho hwee na nipa baako yɛ a wɔbɔ ne din kora yɛ kɔrenso wusu amankwaa yɛ a wɔkyerɛ sɛ papa deɛ baabi a wɔbɛgyina biara na wɔdi n'atam sɛ wɔyɛ stomach journalist a ɛwɔ kɔgye sika no a yɛ puusu a ɛyɛ fake no wɔde abɛto wɔ wɔso wɔn ka no hwee wɔgyaa no mu awurade wɔno no wɔtumi adeɛ nyinaa yɛ sɛ wogyaa w'asɛm ma no a wawie na wɔne kɔrenso wusu amankwaa ɛne wɔn mu a ɛdidi n'atam no bɛdi ne nyonyonyo Professor Hennes o ɛne wɔkyɛ sɛ Ghana yɛ democracy no akɔ anim MPA-foɔ ɛna ɛka tra branteɛ fameyɛ na wɔto nnwom no afi sese na medan na masi awie wɔso wɔkɔtɔ fuwa bi a na nsuo wɔ mu MPA-foɔ so wɔboa wɔnkyerɛ baabi kora wɔkɔtɔ fuwa no a na nsuo wɔ mu no wɔn ntu ho anamɔn tɛman kwasi nti ɛne wɔkyɛ sɛ ɔne onyamfo Alan Kojo Kyerɛmante ɛto nkwanta a wapae saa bere deɛ nipa a wɔbɛyɛ campaign yama no ɛyɛ Vice President Dr. Alhaji Mahmood Bawumia na Daily Statement de bɔkrataa no anim ha wei ɛyɛ ɔtramɔden barasio aposifoɔ na ɛkɔ akɔda hɔ na wɔn atumi ayɛ atumi ayɛ effective atete ahorɔ bɛsi nyinaa ɛde ama yɛn afei a State of Ghana Media Report 2023 deɛ no wɔn apa ho ntoma Dr. Insiasare ɛne wɔkyɛ sɛ economy ni sɛdeɛ na ɛteɛ paa nyama mpanin na n'adeda nkɔ Akufo-Addo ɛna tɛn ne nneɛma awrando a ɛnkasa abere yi baabi a yɛgyina ɛnyɛ koraa premise fuel no wɔn ba abɛsɔprae ɛnkyɛ biara ɛnkɔsi afie wieyɛ na ne yɛfrɛ ne sɛ automated ɛnyɛ sɛ kwabrane na ɛbɛsoa de akɔ na mmom automatically tabɛka bi maame mevisa wakumsin ɛne wɔde asɛmde yi ato dwa ɛnra nso Champions League ni bi kɔɔ so yɛbɛbɔ mu mu amaneɛ kampani na n'adoda nkɔ Akufo-Addo da new crusading guide anim ha ɛyɛ dan no a wɔkɔ bi a no wɔ kwabenya no a ɛne wɔde ho asɛm waba afei owura bi a yɛfrɛ ne sɛ Dr. Da Costa Aboagye wonim no dada wɔno kora na no wɔkasa de ma Ghana Health Service yo wɔkyerɛ sɛ kumawu ɔno no wɔyɛ best candidate a obetumi awi ne constituency no ɛde ama MPP wɔn nto aba no mfama no ononyamfo Alan Kojo Kyerɛmante wɔkɔkyea chief imam ɔkɔnso wɔamfa ne nsapan wansene ne bi kora wɔposa ne nsɛm wɔnye kakra yi na wɔmfa mmoa ide fatal afei good for oil policy no wɔn kyɛ sɛ ɛyɛ atɔ nsuo mu a the new crusading guide bɔkrataa ɛbɔ mo amanneɛ na telegard bɔkrataa no anim ha kampani na n'adeda nkɔ Akufo-Addo ɛnnɛ wɔso ntakrakyɛ wɔ de bɔkrataa ahodoɔ no nyinaa mu Aye police barasia wakwa kobiano NDC amanyoko akre 14 constituencies katebidia wadensato so want to mento aba ewo ho ebusia beko peace 104.3 FM so aba pasia tenase ensem bebre
Ghana adishmaima yamamwachi peace 104.3 FM suni abo no nsia omamu ni ama ahodo bi so nsama yensa aka ne na no penso madaroma yatran konyo so ayede ebeso mun MONTIE anka ewa santimem enunti eye hello 101.5 eno eye KJT CNN Dr. Sir Kwame Despite osikani nyansani na bronsan kese mu we adum Shannon so say crop ya asante kotokoyin wotumfo se etu opemso ababio na asase so ane ebutu yi na oba enkane ne mpotam nso a gamanche asase so ane ewo enu ye okay 101.7 na neat 100.9 mienu ka Peace FM Batampa radio station asundwe fie ho ewa beka nkwanta asama ya de ibrahim sabin predua sanya ba kufa na esu otie ayo mani nyina da ubo kese ti afofro nso asom se kua bompete sampete eto apiti wiem se na be ade hye wa chichiri bencheye enso bete ene uko sirem ene ni pom ho a Fila FM Tamale Rock FM Tadi eno ye takrade Bosome FM ewo achimso aduro ena achimansa ewo achimdan babia mfie na buagu no Shannon Sunesi Sudia said the beat say we are sounding so Liberty FM say we also Enzima FM so Enzima Otini important so beyond Enkwanta Ejina Pinti Hwagum say yo Eagle Cape Coast Rich FM and so asin for su Obati anka Costa FM eno mankasim na ukwo baby ti set achima so dia na Asta FM wasom Jewel FM dia yankwanta Star FM atebu peacefmonline.com GhanaToday.com Hot Digital Radio kanina yo himen krum ene die ayo hin krum na Shannon so sia de nsam na bankasa na de di makutiri bi ni say opani pa wonu no otu akumasi kropon na no ononyamfo Samuel Pine ayetwa ne tiafene Sampan wose enei omo befa abafu kwa so agigeto e de aboa asanteman woko ensamfufuro ma osoafo no hwe enyinamsam so ewo mamu awononyamfo ma topoku pempa ebo ne manefere napo e de ato Ghana fo anim say yempese dum so beba biom dia ene illegal connection ene light bill yambu etrimpo si ebetua ne se ne yese na efata Ghana National Education Coalition Campaign penfo so de baba tudwa say sika bia ehia se aban edemom no aban hwe se omunsa beka na aboa mehumaswane ehuma kire adekire enso atimi akoso se ne yese na efata o men sika samni munkuntabuo efasa yakua ni mana yakua achi no opene ne dindi Professor Sambo Kwabena anim ade atudwa say bibiti say eye social security bambonsem public administration communication information crops enoba yedua edimu akutini bi papa ena omen say yakua anim ana yakua achi o sika sam ene omenyi hu yedem ko ball bomu nsam nso a Ghana Premier League matches no ebesu se twe ochina efiada ebi be hyase na memenda ya toa so na ne kwesi da pau ya bo adiagu onkonkrofo ebo ofefefo mugbo eye European Champions League ya afia we dia kwame ebo amadiamia em kwa support ne kwa kobu akam baya antiman hia ne onyam amankrofo yi edom na so holy ababebo wanwan ball no midimu amane bremu weni nsembi ne na no pa yesin konwa ye de bremu se anopa no nsia kasebo se de ensuo no tototo wi wo ni nti no World Health Organization enso ebo abibifo enkoko se ensuo tutoi monkrakra mumpotem se de bia cholera ne de keka hono enkonko bam so na World Health Organization no opania odano ne din ene Dr. Tedros moma yentie enyumaku a ebo echidom ene anopei Suzy Herbal Center Suzy Herbal Center bebia ye kokko japo muden na odinuro miensa ana abadwa so boye papa and say ge bi efrem no so odi ana wo ka manfo fi se wo kadi agro say an unya de o period e on freme ebi to me boy bi yusu me pa na hye me na me say boy be no so me muni di nkyere wo and di pi ene di kan na me say na adentia and wo say boy no yusu no wie no wante boy ne nka biem ti no fi say boy na nya de o pawie enti boy na amfi no say na ho nye tinansi ame tiredo so ameka say I am guess na mo say I unya de opewe de on frame biom no e no fato no say sibi woman no obeto bia no no ahwe no anom na wotwe ensa agya wa adwo bebia keka kono o si wodi enye nwanwa te krach ni sa beba back na me say de urade ase sibi men no so mema de avize de ndire timi so la wo machi ba adwuma ase bi ho ba bia mu yadwe ya jehane ye ne krono abu isa pious bread bands as ekopoku ne me ye sorry ya ne yakwagwa hu ba bia mu yadwe eye sibi men se ade na tera bia ye bagba bonus repairs mum de pious de on fast repairs me adwuma da ne nenti obede no de aba ya nenti afa isu ayi no yetimi bonus repairs sa de a na ho akona akono misremu unyusu bi mamwate number ne 0247 111671 and 0246 578 afehwe muntie the Dr. Tedros o kanu a mafo visi wo kadi agro J bani unzenso no toto yo do ahyase fe eba sutobre June July nanso J bani sadia ya na sabe ahomete so bebawura washum so koyo huye na wo sakatu sabe ho nyenyenyenyenyenyenye ade anjiji bezema do nwasuko gonse utimi kura fa wunya kata utimi boru obi ho sente o nutimi nya kata na uhunimu nyina sisi oye ntuhwe ye kanfu JA ban na de odi abaya to this ban 20 disinfectant na de atwo new ban 20 disinfectant ne de my god o se abrofo mpe me say ban 20 disinfectant eno any the only infectant e wo Ghana dwaso a China for ye bi amfa Italy amfa UK amfa a beat international standard to the akwa more no okwa Accra more Achimota more China more Melcom Dream Bear babia be kobia ya parody JA Bani the brand that what to din say buying 20 disinfectant no ho say ye floss na wutwitwie eye tarazo so ana say eye wall ties and apeso pepa ho na etihrenhrem water closet so enze ye nuamo ma de one trans wontimi ngunsu eso nye no transia akofa sem de kofie de ko haniku ano de ko hasumasi sumati nsu na enya ntu akai etifa so wo no okro no na de mamanfo de GJ ban product won say enkumoamoa James no na etifie wan enu achi ni so no na gya aduhwam a chance was spray for perfume say J ban ukrom kwan de nyenyenyenyenye ne waduro de no kura ne etuchema wo mo fra no 0243 104 883 and 0541 808096 ora John Bani Ghana mind tawase afa dependable herbal home awon so ne bema ye de an to dependable so ye nsuro na nsuo kina sa wo pe adom kwe cap plus eno plus no koku be press na yina firo ma kokora wo na akro no adom pee away mixture mo pee ni gina ho maden yes chese ko jadie bia besuma no nyese pee ni gina ma pious there be adom pee away mixture capsules so ho apos udom pee wachi bremo ojo utani ba bia ntani enso tuto isasabro je wakọ de mon kafra mu nyina madro ne de aba no fra 0242 223 555 ene adom herbal home for number no opedodo a 0242 223 555 arishmama this way do here ni suhie odi nanena no pasa na vem na ba ene also de bonka termine nsema dia mawa can you say rese me amonte me ne ena no pay ya fa me nana ahofedua achenkwa na me no bremu wodi ahenkan kwa me yeboa afi kasebo no nkyire mu ena me de mamu opani a woye so afo ohwe enyinamsem so wo memu ha ayo no nyamfo Matthew opoku prempe onukura nso emrahye bedwani ma de hye wo menhia bato mpeso aso meche menhia na afo na wode asem bia tudwa na asema woka eti ɔse wɔsrɛ Ghanafoɔ papa sɛ wo first kwati kwan so apɛ nyinam kanea de akɔ ofie ana wadwumam ana wodi di dwuma bi no ɛbɔ man fam ɛbɔ man ka emran so tia enti sɛ woyɛ illegal connection de senka be ya efiti saa brikwe na wɔtwe ba ko mienu ntem so twa so na twetwa humanim na sɛ Nyankopɔn mfɛfene mpanifo adwo pa akyi sɛ twetwe danto asen ma asɛm na ato Oronyafo Dr. Matthew Poku Pempe de nsɛm wetu gya wɔ mra wɔne enyumakuo atwotwo wuro bi kɔ hyiae ɛyɛ kwan wɔn betimi afa so na ɛka wɔn de no wɔn betua ɛdama Electricity Company of Ghana osisu dia sɛ Omaya di hye nyina nim sɛ ECG 7 producer enyinam ye didi dwuma wɔ yenwumam ye fiefie ne mmea no enwom no mo ye eyenyumakuo bi na ye no mo de ma ECG na ECG fo so aton de ama Ghana fo na sɛ kokoba sɛ yen ye bɛfa sɛ bo akwan so enya kan ne bi de adwuma na nso ye ntua de a sɛ na yankase ye gyegyeregye wɔso da de sɛde to Ghana fo nim sɛ omɛn emra ene de bɔ ho ban to ye wadwen sɛ wuntua light bill sɛ ne sɛ ne fata aban so nya sika mfa nni anyinam kane ne ho dwuma yie ti yan hwei a na dum so ene ba akoba na enyumakuo bi omo airport square importem ho na omo sika eso mutua ma ECG adɔso na nam so ma energy minister ene ECG fuo nyina mpanifo kwahyiom omo yan hyehyɛ sɛ ombetua no Esma Abdullahi Dasmani so onkotie bi no koye no ensema Matthew Poku Pempe kan no Dr. Ebinie
Kana busumi na ECG for ayo madwe se nkofo edika no enetika welcome no so egu ECG se de egu ECG no si hampe ho asema ndia ebe kakra yenya kanea ne bi yesu yedim se ye kodu so mu bra ebre wo Ghana ha mfie 9 ne da so so bi obi ampe bi wo Ghana obi o peso hu kanea no ECG de man ho mfaso onso generator wo mfie ne busumi no hwe generator no eboa ade putro de begu ne generator no sisi no e ka obebo ho no mfa tutu ECG de na de breno no e ka obebo say ECG for can wo form pa enti omu na o say ye ma Ghana for hu say ye ta ECG for achi if say can the bar ECG for enti bi enti omu kana mene Ghana once I was show there also hu the busumi bi also tia bibi enti enti ka say ECG for fa bill the mind enti untia also de asodi say busumi bi abetua
eni amutie ononyamfo Dr. Matthew Poku Pempe wi no de to PURC nso anim say wɔn nyina mo ho no mo nyoma dwuma yie papa mo ma Ghana fo hu ECG enyinam kanea na ye yusu no de sɛ fata sɛ wutua sɛ me odi anka kwa me yebo a bia me yusu fine baako na radio baako si dem wo sɛ da bia metimate de akɔ so Peace FM enti ebo a me tua nie na ɔmomo adwuma nso mframa mfam ECG adwumafo nso asabe waye ayi kwasi bɛhye ata aso wɔyɔ aso wɔnyɔ ebia nso na nam ho ye illegal connection ma manfo yi no wo mo hwɛ so mbɛse som su ene o mo ban izan say one day dakro emra dwumu se kwan Yesu Kristo asɛm na ato
ti ya nhwe ama ECG engina enyi enti ECG gina ye no ebe gina no no ma bebrebe curious fo a mo hye se de entua o so mo hye de ye ECG fo agege no o so mo gigi o sika de ye o so ECG fo o mo yusu kanea no e de kanea ne yi adwuma no mo gi o mo sika free o mo ho enti so wo ECG na adwuma ho nti e mo ECG fo ntbe diska o so ye no be ka ho aso ECG fo na ani o mbedi o ti ase enti yeso aye tua na o se kambom ne ye tua kanea de once I was show de o so hu za busumi bi so tia bibi efi se nkofo pi ye omu hihye ya omu mfa ECG se eka ho omu fa ECG se omu de omu ye kanea na yeso ya dem ye po ye dem free enye free etuaka ECG fo tuaka ECG fo mu generate kanea omu check kanea ema odiko fie bia
Electricity Company of Ghana enya dia 7 producer wo mu no mo panyinam kanea no obi adwumakuo bi na epe no de mom no ma che amebia so ye so ononyamfo Dr. Matthew Poku Pempe na motene nda no ononyamfo Samuel Pine I try to friend Sampan nches wo chobebo say Pine no atiahwe enidin ono ye chief executive officer a da Kumasi Metropolitan Assembly 20 KMA ene KMA de odu Kumasi abonte dia agidin papa enye odua keke ene de nkotua no agira wa wo se fata uti abobe ti se ononyamfo Sampan ene de nkotua no na mperfo se do amanfo so ane aka ya nom ononyamfo Sampan ai kana se membi bia besin ko na Kumasi importem wa na no mayankafo on wo do ma no nti numpe se ti we wo twensere ana odabo kotodwe we apantan ne ade de enumpem de onimu papa se mayanka de nam ne yedwa na nyame ado ne modern bo ene na dwuma dinti se fata nkroma de a na ado dan kwa kufado esesa ne sa wasantemam fa Kumasi kurupon nkanko ne mpuntu hunu ohun se ononyamfo sampan ono nso se wotimi be yekumasi KM boss wa obebo pa ampanyampa sampan kwatra kunya kase ne so no eso aba ene eso nsoroma ana ahyase a efifi ba no ne nyina ne sen ositi se wiase ikuna nim ti kwa fa so gege to edema abanyuma ni KM no oso mo se so mo nsa no mo de fa abafu kwan so na aboa masika tura bi enyu fa manfo bi nsem na yenya mi mfam mokumase man ne asantema ho bra no etimanya bi ade dwuma izan se ka akum yagini kwakwa no nti empanfo kubo dwadata o prempe assembly hall ene okokumase abonten so ne ye ka prempe assembly hall dia agidin papa ononyamfo sampan ne mpanfo kokohia ho no mo toto adwen no ene osi ni people ka che Ghana fo nya ni titu ni asanteman se si idea Kumasi Metropolitan Assembly afem ranted maba wanim de fo mutiabo be atetiwom a eto a wo moje edema KM no ye mfa pan ni buku megina waboboa no emeji biem na emumu no ye de fa abefu kwan so osi ni media ntete a wo mode ama amanfo nti dwuma mo babaye omo ogidie bapa se beso abapa na esa beboa mo mifoto no mu ayedu no manya bi ede abo ban ewo santimam mecha santima hinkro Kumasi eya hunidie sanitation ene nhuma sua ene ho akade ononyamfo sampan de adesede to KM titu ne assembly members ne mi se ommo modern se omompeso aso awodo no ombebo da wupa ede afa se ye kurakura fin ho ye ma ye ho ate sensen kakane ne de okwa santimema yesi garden city enso enei akwai garden den yente sampan
afi se beboa na nipa ho ebeto no nti yesikasem entotoye no yankoti adurumra na no ane ahahan se sikasem totoye no ya anye ni ya media pese die no yentimi ni nti ye session address no a kwan befa so a ye benya kwan foforo de be pesika especially IGF nya di aboa nya bebo ho ban so na sika nyira no nti ye ka se ye nya kwan foforo ye training crofo ye de abefo kwan so de begigi sika no a enrampo dia ye de be no ye dan di emo bibiara ye san hwe nipa so ho bammo enam senti no ye pese ba bi esum wo ene abiankane ahye no ye ho adwuma ba enkane ye mo kura no ba mpim nsia de abuba ye di pese nipa so ho beto no ne esuku esem wes se de be sia makrumatie se de be hwese car se de gina wa emkru no ya ti task force o no mo be hwe na bibia so ayeyi
Urunyanfo sampan ena mote ne nka no Ghana National Education Coalition Campaign na hyɛ ne so sɛ saa sampan ne amutie ne Samson Kwame Nyameche ena de brain Ghana National Education Coalition Campaign de Prince Bafo Asamoah ena ekuche gun krata so a yebeti na ne nyina ne sen wɔn say wɔn yɛ education sector a civil society organization CSOs ena wɔn de adesɛdeɛ to aban so sɛ ɛyɛ dues bi a special dues bi as aban ehwe na ko suku awodo ho na ebo ma hu masua CPC ta no abama na monto na onye ne tentem kura sanse mpanifo se kwancha de ferisika na eyo na mekomeko so yenko ne kwabusuefo nipa boni so yemfa anuhu ne pam no eso ma wugya tons kakra suo na se na wo hade ya wapi hu National Coordinator Aoda Ghana National Education Coalition Campaign ano Benis Mpre Jeche na ewura Benis Mpre Jeche any Peace FM din komono wo say enwuma bi wo ho a ewo so otimi sinipi no oka said the opani ajekum Professor Dani da woka no say asem bi se chiamia no asem bi so hempo ano no ono anga say agyan simpi so cheche nsem bi e de akira aban say saa nwoma we de ehia say ese aban yo Prince Bafo Asamoah eni tie ni no yentie de yenua ba Benis Mpre Jeche ade tu nanimu
Fapema ewo adesuani adechiremu no atochema kakra na yesuru se ebia SDG no in education ye ntumi endru ho inti na ye dises juma we se ne ba ye nyina ye betumi make sure say by 2030 no ye betumi ameti the SDG 4 and 6 inti sa sika na budget na abayan ye dada no so omode bekono esuade enso nemom no omuma enkontem na school feeding grant ayede ma special schools na ewo Ghana no omu ye 28 pe ska omode to aduane ni nyina enko eno ye budget abinde ato hodada nti ebesre se esuade na esuano nso ma enkechi ombomode ase betumi akodru schools ne mu na aboa adesuane adekire
Eni amuti Eura Benis Impre Jeche and Amoteneka Kasibu free peace 104.3 FM. Na ye twaso ni abono pa. Ena penia ni dini Professor Samuel Kwabena enim. Ono na government statistician. Chese banku ntebuo Ghana se ye ku enim na ye ku echi GDP gross domestic product fine kwesi hin brofo tele ni nyina. Na dwosu na ewo. Na wasi uhwemu pa dia omode en pen esi nkrata so keke nkrata esi ani no na jese GDP no page ne mu firi ha mu chichemu miensa ekiripo enson bosome miensa se 9 ID kan bosome October kopim December se wode toto emfiem pimbinu na aduonu baako ho ewo emfiem pimbinu na aduonu binu ho a na se page ne mu firi ha mu chichemu miensa ekiripo enson ekonanim na no kwani nyamia ne mu ni was October to December 2022 nso a na se eno nso epagya na mu fidi o ha mu nchichemu hwe ekiripo enwotwe 0.8% a chese enwoma egusu a epagya kakrakra. Professor Samuel Kwabena enim echeche ne nsemu no en wo say mia bi ti se otu efoma gudie won a wo pai boy yam boy de kwaridas de keka ho ye tonkra ekasa tetifon so ta kosu na public administration say abanyuma mahodo bambo ene eye ni fapem passe obi emmongura ganem na omedi ewu enobae a yedua ehoma ne wonsensem no eno ene ade a edi akotene pa ewo yen asetenem sa eye quarterly gross domestic product a wotwade tiafa na KWGDP dwumadie ni koso ewo census secretariat conference room ena yema yensentu ni Abdullahi Dasmani ekobia Professor Samuel Kwabena enim chechere ensem edi achire Ghana said the GDP 2021-2022 a modern ba ebo say page mu say sin trase no eno say apage mu ohamu chichemu miensa echiripo enson na yentie said ono ankasa o chire ni nsem.
Today's release with the highlights of the contribution or the drivers of GDP, both from the perspective of the last quarter 2022 and the annual figure of 2022. From the last quarter of 2022, the growth rate of 3.7% was mainly driven by mining and quarrying, which contributed 1.9 to the 3.7 percentage, followed by information and communication 1.0, crops and cocoa 0.6, 0.4 for education, and lastly transport and storage contributing 0.4 of the 3.7 quarterly growth rate that we saw for the last quarter of 2022. For the 3.1 growth rate that we recorded for the entire year 2022, the same subsectors, that is mining and quarrying, information and communication, crops, education and transport and storage, were the drivers of the 3.1 growth rate that we saw in 2022. Specifically, mining and quarrying led this growth of 3.1% with a share of 1.0.
Na zane point ndi mamunim embo point sa na wasa esisu gina say wode kɔ ohabu chichimu edu ene ne ntretre mu a ewo afia mfiem pimbinu ne aduonu mienu 2022 bosom miensa a na edikan na ene information and communication eno na gina ho ma ohabu chichimu aduonu ene akiripo enum public administration defense and social security eno so egira ma ohabu chichimu edunum ne akiripo enson mining inquiry say yetu form agudie China for your menu to ba ko for me ya wo kɔ enzom kwan so a bepa media chain no bako na nkrofo eja na ha no fo hyen hu no wo mo crack bue no mo yam no eno nso gina mo ha mo nchichemu edu miensa akiripo enan education ye humasuan so egina mo ha mo nchichemu edu mienu akiripo miensa apomden any social work nso gina mo ha mo nchichemu edu akiripo enum eno nso sei na Professor Samuel Kwabena enim editor Dasmani Abdullah enim.
The last quarter of 2022, Ghana's economy grew by 3.7% with all the sectors taken into consideration. If you discount the effect of oil on our GDP in the last quarter of 2022, the economy grew by 4.3%. These respective growth rates of 3.7% and 4.3% are relatively lower than the growth rates that were recorded between the period 2020 and 2021, when oil GDP grew by 5.6% and non-oil GDP grew by 6.9%. From a sectoral point of view, the economy continued to be driven by the services sector, which in the last quarter of 2022 contributed 45.3% to the GDP of the economy.
enipa motini ye Professor Samuel Kobena enim Peace 104.3 FM ye home ka sebo no so ba ensema ehwiegu e wo ball bom ye de besom so
Peace FM.
So wakoma ho hyehyew ana e ball periperi de broni kan hardware no a e de na se wo ye na se wo yam so atim so e
wo be packing a farmer Martin's liver salt techira kwai entem ehwie nsu agu glass mo ate Martin's liver salt no ba ko no na wo de agum
wo be hu se ehuru wa glass ni mu na wanom Martin's liver salt ye won orange flavor ana ba ko so ye plain
wonumu a ho beto nemum edi na anu na ho ntowo a ko hu doctor
Amanfo, the Amoka Freddy's Corner Home Appliances
or the Abba Freddy's Corner Home Appliances Center.
Home appliances are a ye papabia, a biwoho.
Brandsbane, Media, Samsung, Kaiware, TCL,
TV, air conditioner, freezers, fridges, water dispensers, and Nidia Kekeka home. Niaubenya good warranty dear. Ko Freddy's Corner Home Appliances Ukokomemle.
CCTV, a Boama monitor of properties, any business at anywhere in the world.
CCTV and Nidaho, a wood detector, clear pictures. Wi-Fi connector. Utimi connect my phone. Na wa monitor baby a wo wiase bia.
Freddy's Corner Home Appliances abeka Freddy's Corner edwosu ahodo a oton phones ene ho accessories no ho.
Fresh 0544 959195 ana 0207937323 ana so brakoko memle City Light in Chehwa. Na ye can discounts ene achedia. Obetiasie.
Freddy's Corner,
home of authentic home appliances, phones, and its accessories.
Amen.
Yenim samu busase ni je asene sei.
Asiane se wode amen agiranse ne ani e wo herbal ayaresanu bio na nkunimdie adansidie na asie ani abasobode nkoa. Se wanso wo hwe apomdim ahoto a wode abra manfo efiri ye ntiri so ekosi ye na asie. Ehina yade sha amen hu ensaw yade. Wode ne nro ne abefo efidie echi yade no kunu what time.
Amen e the herbal accommoding was signed in naturopathy and homeopathy kwan ekunye nyarewa.
Say suku fofri amano ne besua ekwane a yade heba sayade e wo army
we nyina nti e na yade anigye frefrem say se we pa wo yare bi hyehye wo ho ana yare bi abagye akonya wo nipadua mu a Allah shafi onyame ne yaresafo inshallah enyame adom a ayaresa beba
army wo dome wo be old snake flag
Ultra modern branch Waklagon Tama Road Frey 020-722-9505 and 0245-275254 Amen Scientific Herbal Hospital.
Peace FM.
Tune it in, turn it up,
Peace FM,
and rip off the knobs.
Yewe akanka sebo no wasumdwe fi ohane na chiri pom yensan ye de mako amanfo amanso eto da binas ye ka World Health Organization obu anu won tiase tia won tiase nyina ne se ade na ise bin producer yenka ye memapom densem nanso enye nia bibie World Health Organization no igina ho emewiase nyina pomden ho bambo nsem efa apomden ensemu a nemra covid bae no owura ye fa ne Dr. Tedros idin shite wiase nyina sanse kwasi broni say up to date records akese breni dombia na oboye nkaye sede eye apomden nsem wo covid ho no na eko na nyame adom owura ewe bibini ofi Ethiopia Ethiopia no so ewo bibimem na nansen ensuo ewetutoi Ghana Meteorological ayifui womo de ababetu gwache yensui ebetopa enu akakra bi etoe no kohwe adehye efiri kumase ba so mudu ofanko eba eche ayi Lake Bosomtwe ekwan na yiri se tam enu ade kakra bi etoe Enis Media sano ekwan na yiri fiti enu abepeme na homache a ye ba adwuma nyina muzu ho ayi ena World Health Organization Dr. Tedros mo ediaba se omoto nka dia ma amama obibi mamu nyina se enso no tuto se ya ana mewiem ye yuru dududu fom wo da wotimi da pa nenso se ya ma woni di NCPNC ta ede yarewa enenam ensunsun timi fenwura na enenam na akotira kogu ensutinim na manfo so anafo no mo sanom obu anso enso to na ne ma edi achichenche ewo enso nim na ne nsa ne namfom ni nyina yare Inti Dr. Tedros that World Health Organization no si amwa bibi man nyina ni wiase nyina akokɔ sɛ ensuo batuto ensuso atue moma yankura efin ma efin kɔfra ɛyɛ ensuo ɛkɔba saa na wutira anya yie na bi kɔka ano na agye no guna ekogu mu pɛ yade asabe ɛyɛ udi na wo yɛ yi no ɛno na ɛbɛba so in Jamanfo ebo Dr. Tedros abaso papa se breni don bia no ohwe se owo Ethiopia na o denkra eba efa yapomuden ehu bolobo Ghana Premier League ne de yempo de waro no mpanufo se no koni nyamere si achi nyoda ewa na atafre Ghana League ye ba as a Pius Montier kwa se mrante bobo ewo Ghana enfo mo humpo no makwa kohwebi Peter Square what ye de nanso mianga se Arsenal eni Chelsea bo asole kura wo monko so kwa asole kwese da Arsenal ni Chelsea bobo so for asole collection be se ni umumu omu ja so ndem okura wo mo pe league a se akono ahwe na wi azi wan empa de pa India League ya sabe park ya boso bo okura no ka se Premier League ni ebo no obitimi bo short ensensan ni boot betu afri form no yetimi de du obi fie man ye enso eno an ye wo India dia fatu che bebo wunda wuro nyame ma okina ball no bi besu Accra Lions omni eye media ma na bebo okina fie na de chi kwesi ada so na jeti memenda so a Bechem United any Accra so folk phobia yi Kotoku Royals ebetre fie any Red Tamale United e dia bo Kotoku Royals fie no motane e tukwotina wu ayese Liberia for mo take aso Liberia camp omu ni omukrom Liberia o to bi ga dem Liberia camp a yes o pon wa krom ho ka aso Liberia camp no wo Kotoku Royals for mo bo home no enya achim da no mo bo no atukwotina na odi no to nchen akwasi ada Bibiani Gold Stars any Brekum Chelsea and Ebo Dreams FC any Samates di bobom Great Olympics any Tamale City and the Bepemso Kaila United any Legon Cities and the Beyam Tamso Inzuatraman so by church ready as working Pfizer Pete Marcia Santiago Tokonia Diana Stars Empire Niger Champions League European Champions League no afie we ebu akam papa enkofo bi bobo se IS de ayra so mo kwaje cap say ya te abre said the Real Madrid wo mu de ya ba munwi on ba chi wo ba twom kodoko pa ho de wapi ho Man City for an American enu a mo ne samosegufo team ya wo si aka mo ba menek de ko boss e wo mo mu fie ta na Man City for asha wan hey ma sha tiri wo mu krom dada mo ta be sha wan wa ha na buy for so sutro mienu emani han da bi yansa ma mo nhye o me na we sa de aden eno mo force you na ten o mo take kan e di free ho Inter Milan so eno etrafie e ma o mo to nsa frɛ Benfica na no Benfica fo mo mzo mbetima hye tre wo Inter krom e na mo tena ma Inter be hye mo 2 a mo antimante te kwa tre kajuwa na ngasa ni erikasi di buati na Europa League no say na no so fixtures ne tie ene Roma omni final ene bebo Royal Union neze ko tukuru as ngro for no Royal Union omni by Leverkusen ena de bobom ena Sevilla any Manchester United bobo United de na nipa otwono Man United hwana no Sporting CP the CP de odanso man enso omni Juventus ena ebebo a chese no eye Europa League a ebeba so ene obi ani mi se Manchester United be bia dun de last hour it be guso amom kase bonesi isi ha chia mo pi fam odi ahenkan kwa me bo a achenkwa na menum bremu na ahofedua nyume ko eta ye cheers Suzy Herbal Center dependable herbal home J.A. Banning Company Limited producers of Buying 20 disinfectant above for Bomi Chidom Peter Square Pius Bedu Bansen Isaac Opoku momo eni ti adehye ye ho misui
Ghana Montie Ghana Montie Ghana Montie Ghana Montie
Ode Sampa Kasia Bo Kowaka Tamunsa Amaya Se Kasia Waye
Onye Yimu Nukretrodo Kamakile Kamadine Bo
Nita Fe
Mayentie Kwasi ABOAGYE 100.9
Kwasi Monkwe
Ghana Montie na mansanya so adawro kofiaman homene so ejiji tonton sansan e wo need 100.9 FM ensem ko atwiko bata esum se dontwe no dumaja esum Ghana Montie dwumadie so eye need
Needs FM.
Hey, catch it. Listen in here. And you ma beto to dia me baba no hwade no. Twem so betumi a. Hey, asew. Hey, now beka. Ya John to mami ensa duku potomanto. This way chocolate drink. Na kan wo hwe afibia so beri ni waware ni a. This way chocolate drink. Na kan sia. Oh, asew. Wo den kan no ntumi wo ho. Me be mo anu nso hye kura de aka ho. Wo hwade a wapi ho. O ka sa batete e da fom wo.
This way chocolate drink.
Crash up a baba worry.
Aso.
Ye fear say this way chocolate drink, ya sorry, no pa no ne nom. Ye be chef fridge nom no say snack. Ye nya hoho anu ne de serve wo mo. Ye didi wie ne ye pe bibia bogu ya de so a. This way chocolate drink ne nom. And this way no ti anu a, he se kire wom, kwakwo wom, brick wom, bibia wom, ade wo hia ne so se.
This way chocolate drink.
De wo hia ani so se.
FDA ahwe say adwede nkrato mo agya to say eye.
Cool, fresh and trendy with a new look. Makes you feel real good, that refreshing vibe. Satisfies you right just the way you like. Do you know? Do you know? Do you know? Ain't gotta do it alone. Specialized makes you flow. Anytime. Natural mineral water. Feel different. Think special. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
Needs FM.
Ghana Montie. Ghana Montie. Ghana Montie. Ghana Montie.
All this and papa. Kasia bo. Kowaka temunsa. Amaya se.
Onye yimu, nukretrodo, kamadine kamadine bo.
Nitafe,
MONTIE, ABOAGYE 100.9.
Kwesi Monkwe.
Ghana Montie. Na mansanya so. Adawroko fiaman homene so ejiji tonton sansan ewo NEET 100.9 FM. Ensemeko twiko bata. Esum se don't try no dumaja. Esum Ghana Montie dwumadie so. Eye NEET.
Simple task. I will speak to it in 5 main terms. The first one is to receive these edifices put together in a single facility on behalf of my colleagues in the police service from His Excellency the President. I might say that we were more than ready to receive it to the level that we couldn't wait for Mr. President to end his speech. The second one is to also thank Mr. President in particular and his government in general for delivering on his promise to give us this facility. And I want to say, Mr. President, again, Mr. President, for the last time, Mr. President, we thank you very much. Why do I have to mention Mr. President's name twice? Because what we are seeing is the first of its kind in my own life history. Eternally grateful to you, Mr. President, and your government. And I hope generations that will come after us will come and also extend their great gratitude to you even when we are long gone. The third, Mr. President, is to give you the assurance on behalf of my colleagues and hold myself personally responsible as long as I remain Inspector General of Police that this facility, its maintenance, we will never make it your headache. Indeed, during the opportunity you give to me to be the Inspector General of Police, my colleagues and I vowed that we will make our institution the best in the country and a reference point for Africa and beyond. And maintaining our facilities and bringing them to standard is one of the ingredients towards that. And a sign of it, as I have been alluded to, is the signs you are seeing at our headquarters. And we will bring that same thinking and commitment of maintenance to this facility and all other police. The fourth, Mr. President, is also to assure you that as Oliver Twist, we will always ask for more, because there are so many other places that deserve a facility like this, so as to help myself and my colleagues to be able to continue on to prosecute the agenda of ensuring that there is peace, security, law, and order in this country. And we therefore want to plead with you to look beyond this and look at the case of Accra Central, the case of Kumasi Central, the case of Tamale, the case of Tema, and put all this together so that as you have pampered us over the years, we'll continue to be pampered, by guided and principled and be motivated to also do more in terms of ensuring that there is peace and security in this country. Mr. President, the last one I'm alluding to before I sit down is also to give you the assurance that my colleagues and I, working in partnership with other security agencies, want to give you the biggest of assurance to you, to the government, and to the people of this country that we will never sleep, we will never rest until this country is at peace with itself. I thank you very much, Mr. President.
Adaka, 126,000 sefa. What the bag is coming at 25 million old currency. Yeah, ba, over checkers come my duty man to review. And I call 2,600. Kaba ko kwasi kaya carry adequate Burkina assassin Sukotoni mam. Near Kwana Sieba. Yeah, but Thomas Ascan, you know half of cry, and Tigana scan yes, sir. Adequate Burkina for. Tossum Yanisi be Buko Aram. Yeah, qua. Yakwati ne mane nyina biyo mo bobba pia mo so mo ye mfa ne ma no yeso e Ghana for ye ni omuni asem ye nim de aba Burkina bonten so enti yeso Ghana ba woni Burkina ban kasa ma ye ase se de ye wu esika de kwa Burkina ye sa sika na na san aba Ghana enti na ye jira ne yeso Ghana ba se pa na cho on ka bi ma ye ne yeso tosi fo kwa no beto border no ma ye on tumu ma ye ye ne so otum be 1 week kra Burkina ban beti ne ma no so kakra ma ya beto for hoka alarm for no what kwa yam pamu ya hama wuti niama ni siwa edu se wutua ni aba pamu na wusika eniama no no agya no say ya ka ba akokɔ ya kora wo ba no eniama ni nyira akokɔ alamfo de to abagira wo mo so se wo ma free the man no ankwa o mo ba ku amo to amatu ka na ye ba se fa no kosoro kas ka kosoro nyama nyina kosoro ntosi so ye koduru hu a ntosi ni so bo eden enti se ye de sa nyama ni nyina ba na ye beche gusu a na ama nyama no bo ayeden ye yin enketo 9 5 city Ketua we 100 de wa wuraba mu no empenyifo no omonka bi maye se wantuma yentumi nkɔ nti otuma bi anada wuruma na oni panyin no kasa ho a na da wo no ahwe na wafra kuafo no wate so kakra se de yeso ye betimi akɔfa bi kase ntosi wo ha nyina aka na intimament ni aba adwom ya nya adwuma bi anya se na da dua minim dia me na me ma ya akɔ akɔdie enti ya sra aban no se onhu ya mabɔ
bills nyansa ne nyina na efa obia ho is say manufacturing sector no wo de 2.5 ne ba wo san de excise duty ne ba wo san de income tax bill ne ba ni nyina no okambo ma ye be pass on to the consumer affect bibia beverage bibi to say fanta wonumi beer awonumi alcoholic beverages awonumi insuo awonum and afi so no mo ka say omo de fruit juices, any concentrated fruit juices, nina account whether be it 100% or concentrated in a way, and now or more diluting kakrana. Then it means yedeka because we share or more calculation or more yana. So one company fall within the category. That's almost 2.5%. A year in profit. Now assuming say nipano a year be 200,000. Ghana cedis afi money na what it in can in BBA in every mono. That's why 200 and work agents on 2.5%. And some are saying to an tax. Definitely. So 2.5% no. What be can cost no. I'm an itia. And so excise duty no. Say no betum biano. What the becan who. Into whether you are importing or producing locally no. There's your friends a cost implication. Bema your friends saying consumers any problem. Inti no se want to me employees and for now. Senka want to me a develop concept bi a ebema private sector no etumi afa nkrofo no motu your taxes. Na we introduce policy a ebema wo mo ejuma na akofom na wo yi nkrofo edi because omo hwe na se yentumi ntua na ebeba ne se ebe yi nkrofo no bi edi na kakra na beka na ebetumi ahwe se ebetumi amanage wa nyema ne de ebekoso because bibia will be introduced our system na tax friends increment bia no ebe man yebo nyambo akoso
sama independent ni ka say men si for my own fan dey nkan. Hello.
Yeah, meet you. By independent, you mean Honorable Andrew Esiama Mwako?
Esiama, yes. Me wo na chema wuntimi. Afre me. O se na me ne ye fa pa me na me ni chief of staff. Enti ofre me se me won na me se obi o ma se no se me mlaka. Akra no me wo ofre me na ya ma go 1 o'clock me tantem. Ye bo be tre na me so me fe no se me mlaka na me fa first fight. Bye. Iti me buy no, me do akra, and I'm a friend. The Dapanin Bako. Account. 70 is what you know. I mean, Pessamen Quameco. Was my yes, I'm to 1070. No call Granami down to me look at her. We need the Palboagushi, our own person for Maba. On Quaoko. Then we baby Oko. Now, Conoa, maybe a man. We need answer. The pay the Pacamio. The air and I'm a fair chairman also. My drug idea means that ANC more. It's legal. And you're calling because now I'm upon our first fight and I'm a drama as Baba told me. The Baba told me. If you want to be so bad, one it was what former ambassador
China.
But Temunimo.
Yeah.
When I moved to Boating. From by a class,
Tisi I'm so cigar.
I just say,
Tisi I'm so no war.
Very good, chief executive.
Yeah, cigar.
I say, my making, who beat my friends, Rebecca no correct. Put my friend Abusama. Now, wouldn't to me, or Mubusa, money and your boy. And I want to mean some more money. I'm not going to me say, independent candidate, no man, not fancy. Almost say, or so I didn't get about the count white, tell me, Missy from. Until a quarter president say, any, let me say, baby. And the moment you go to president, I am classy. The back come back, and me said that. President to all my men, president, the union, yes, and said, on only minka. I say, chairman, the president is what you can president, you can't have born for a man. After that, any break. And it was what in say, mean, quaking. Let me say, me resign. And it was what you quite and say, the quite is a party, HBD party chairman 20 years. The Bushaba, and the main massage, BC part office. No, Obiako independent was or could independent and mean open. He means for. And consortium when a dear the band is a me, it is a museum. I have to obey me. Or on the anchor party, no. But yes, and of the two men say, who to me call a catch of independent and the demanding in a Maya man. I'm the chairman, I will be what she other the ESC regional party office. And I'm yet, men, I'm a shadow.
Was it now Musi or my ni demands na mano?
So, some would be kind.
Then I know my yamana if you had no so for demand na again demand.
Demand no mean to mean name only condition back account. Or no, okay, can you my baby mean to mean can ready so. Or anya me side. Name the conditions be my account and see for my own bank account. Oh, the man is can in Yama or cars or mortgage or more demand, which be done a kind. And then, now, if you be dinner, but okay, it is for no. And now, oh, yeah, not to hear them say, man, I'm Mr. Medica. If you make a corner, a she will be a part of his occasion for the day chapicas. You can carry 11 times one. I mean, we made the quality back to school. And also me a quack. In fact, party pick up and uncle. Let me say, pick up and uncle and one. Come on, I was a over life for me, mobile life. You make it proud to get train. It be a party pick up. And I'm a civic deca. And I'm say economy dinner 1.5 something. Maybe the Muchi Akrana, between 2 million Ghana money. Now, you could see a kind of free war. Now, get 400,000. It was bought according to what is in your coupon. I don't know in appointment. And I mean, I am making a now society and I'm here. I'm a dana. I'm a brown, I try a letter. I mean, I'm a sign and I'm a demand. It was working. Masa, you need to win to acquire a corner to begin the dinner as I don't know. Who say me, Mamma, 1 week more organize this canamami? Masa, I be permanent. It's you I can. And now, some of Omunia independent in New Year, no more parliament, they go to Abana, a quite guy. So, guy. You look at that. Can someone tell me you to me a struggle? And talk away and no free Ukadano. Hey, Yawadan on the parliament to Muria. Maybe a month point empty. Friday. Now, remember if you moving picture. You make trying to be 10 o'clock. The boy bear 9. Koi. Well, no, sorry, but who said Nipa Bound or sorry by? I say. Now, only me deal come on. Then come on, moon. Can. I call this guy, somebody, mammy, no for mammy. No, say, I've gone to Uflabucha, Sokonoma, a baby party, 20-something years. But Chelsea from now records every 4 years, be from now in those increase our whole time. Now, constitution be encounter your city from the Sicarian farmer. The influence you can't born any news to say MPP and cannot correct. One who was I call back with them or buy look at a checkbook or Jamie Bank in it. Papa on sign 1 million. Mammy, I'm catching them say the party and organizing me sick and family. I bet permanent. Young female. When you have shall go on jail. As I cannot be a car, who black was a high court 6. You can call to a can I do 8.9.
But you. Akasma be numna non so abo need 100.9 Ghana Montie so no aso goe na yawa dai pro ne da to so aduonu e braso say ye mo beche ensem no bia e twegu ne ekoso news online portals no. Need 100.9 Ghana Montie Suni. Yanamon chance some way go ni various news online portals. In fact, like I say from peacefmonline.com ni other online portals ni do masi. Ni enche some no say from ikin kan bro for kakra na kwabna. Ma for achechim otwim ediamai. We have been indisciplined. We don't learn from our mistakes, IEA to government. The Institute of Economic Affairs has expressed worry about the repetition of past mistakes by government, which has made the Ghanaian economy unstable over the years. According to the economic think tank, the indiscipline in managing the country's finances has caused a high fiscal deficit and consequently high inflation and currency instability, forcing innocent Ghanaians and businesses to pay for the mismanagement. In a paper on institutionalizing fiscal discipline and macroeconomic stability for sustained growth in Ghana, the constitutional pathway, lead researcher Dr. John KWASI said Ghana has a long history of fiscal indiscipline, and this is evident in its fiscal deficits being almost consistently higher than those of its peers in Africa.
Institute of Economic Affairs and womotrase atunianim da hɔ no mu ayɛ MONTIE asɛm no ha adwene nti womu bɛka no prɛko ayate sɛ aban a ɛba kɔ no enkampani sɛ baabi a wonyɔnko nante ya wɔte hweyɛ no wuduru hɔ no mu a woyɛ ahwɛ yie nanso aban bɛkɔ a obia nsua deɛ saa mistakes no ɛno ana womu repeatie ɛno bi na nam so asisi a Ghana economy ehihimu yate sɛ ayi asi ɛpo asorɔte bɔ no kɔ benkum na bɔ no banimfa na ekuo yi wɔn yɛ nkɔfoɔ bi ɛba economy ho akontabu a wɔn yɛ adeɛ paa ɛna wɔn kyerɛ sɛ baabi a economy gyina sisie no yɛbɛka sɛ ɛyɛ indiscipline ya tutu ya nneɛma basa ya yɛmfa asɛ yie anto ho ɛne sɛ yɛma Ghanafoɔ ɛkɔ ahokyerɛ mu ne ahohiahia mu a nkɔfoɔ businesses ɛna wɔn etua ɛka a ɛni kwan so wɔn tua obi incompetent ne mismanagement nti businessfoɔ na ɛbrɛ wɔ Ghana ha na akrata a wɔn de pie abɔnten ya no wɔn bu akonta de afa esikasɛmu ɛntoto yɛ nimu akontabu ho ɛna panipa wɔda research ya no Dr. John KWASI ɛkyerɛ sɛ Ghana yɛwɔ abakɔsɛm sɛ yɛnsua deɛ yɛsi kasam so yɛtoto no basa. What they compare African countries yɛta yɛn ho ahyia that is a yɛne deɛ ɛba no indiscipline ɛwɔ yɛsi kasam akontabuo deɛ a yɛyɛ number 1 ɛno ɛna de yɛwie baabi a yɛwie sisi yɛ.
Discipline they say enye enunkwa bibia ye bia
adie bia ye bia
Ghana for ye
discipline
bibia ye bia
adie bia ye wo Ghana ha bia
yesuban
no bibia indiscipline wom yɛmfa
ahwehwɛ bia ni honum se yɛmfa hwe nya hwe mra ne sise bia yɛmfa nya adwuma
dabi yɛmfa boga nya so
Ghana ye dia
oh and wakwasi asɛm se de ɛdan ya mampani akɔbia ne na nkɔfoɔ bi trɔtrɔ o se ayi mo ya pa se dan fefe se we ma no wan ya wo be kwa dan no kura wo be hu kura wo ra be ho
IGP ahyebo se wo be hwe maintenance wo be
wo fa kwasi we ni anti bi da
wo se wo be hwe maintenance
kwasi ntatanyi enam so wo de ma ya fe ba ko ko light.
FDA to name and shame health facilities that give fake medications to patients. Ajiman Menu. Health Minister Ajiman Menu has disclosed that some public health facilities in the country are administering fake and falsified medications to patients in the country. Development he described as a threat to healthcare delivery and human life. The health minister made this unfortunate disclosure in KWASI when he addressed stakeholders in the health sector during the first senior managers meeting of the Ghana Health Service. Speaking on the theme, enhancing primary health care approaches towards achieving universal health coverage, Health Minister Ajiman Menu tasked stakeholders in the sector to ensure excellence in healthcare delivery across the country. He appealed to the health workers to fight the problem of administering fake drugs to avoid sending patients to their early grave. He questioned the justification behind the use of unapproved medicines, otherwise known as fake medicine, in treating patients in health facilities. Quote, I have a note on my desk from the FDA over fake medication, falsified drugs usage in public health facilities, and the very common one is oxytocin. And I believe all of you here will know that oxytocin dose. We are talking about maternal mortalities, and that is one drug I understand will help stop what happens after delivery. The FDA has put together the list and is seeking my approval to name and shame. So some of us are going to see ourselves in the public domain for using fake drugs. This is not the first time. About 3 years ago, they did the same thing and they reported. So what is the motivation to take in fake drugs in our own facilities, not all, but the FDA woman want to name and shame some of us, and should not happen invariably. And that should not happen. I'm saying krana in who's you papa.
Abusuafo de ofakosika ya ne yasemu a ehu pa.
They trying to quote him directly.
Yeah. Eni kwan se ye didi agro kra. Na munti asem kra esi kenye. Watre se health minister Owura Kwaku Menu and what I say. Apomdia ya sabia bia ayi oman no dia. Public health facility the wall mayi mu no. Bebre no a wo bekọ no. Endura ewo ho no. Eye fake. Ena ebi nso wo ho no mu a ya de ba ma wo se kono mu a. Na enye enokura na sese ya de ma wo. Na saa de we ya ekosoe. Eye huma ya pomoden. Ena nipa nkwan so ene ya de tu esan mu. Health minister adi asemi tu dawo kumase. Kwa bra stakeholders ye di akotene ewo health sectors nyina the team wo mu baaye. First senior managers meeting ye akoso Ghana Health Service. Ana wotin sankofo nyina baaye health partners, traditional leaders, private investors, health sectors wo mu anamusifo when that organization na so wo mu mre na womu entoto nkomo aya nanai conference ya womu ya 18th na womu asase ade ekura na etifi asem was primary health care approaches towards achieving universal health coverage. At say we are see a man susu dia wa apomuden yanso ye betumi eduru ho. And what they are the sredema. The problem say aye wo no. The drugs eka ho. Ye betumi asi ano kwan. Dan say e man nipa bebre no a eto anananom e wonse edo. Ebe o. Mamensan to aso bi emu e. Na eno no wotre say mamin quote no te say the aya of a I quote no. Wase me wo ensem bi da me pono so. Ya ekyere edi adanse ye say yetumi up dindro ama nkofo a dandro no kra ne yade no a wode ba ye nim ho maache. Na ba ku bi a wose eye common pa. Wase bibi de wase tosin ayamonim sam dada me yesu osemunim eno na se obi wu a ekyire no yete ema no na sa enduro yi o wa asem bi wo ho o de betu dwa FDA fo at the list bi aba betu nanim ya wotra senka amiamia bi wo no mo a anka yemu omudin na yenwu omanim ase esanse kwan omudi yapomudin fa so no enya kwan pa na yadi endura enya papa de ba ma ya afo ena ba bi nso a ya be prescribe ama o sajiri konom no a enya ho ma ate kura anya ho aduro no na saa de wei that is 3 years ago that report is about the same thing ya na sankofo nkuran ama omuti ndura eni kwanse ya de man kofo ya de manipa de ma ema titiri ya be bo omuti na ya guwo mu ani mu ase ayade bi ha dwene pa asa problem yi ese ya hye na yetumi solve we sanse ekum nipa ema nipa tam nso ese so wuo no na ekuno keke de no.
That story means share and tinga maybe asi ye papa okobra. And don't know. Some of these things if you are not so akumemu ahwe na wetumi aka nsem bi ese so near minister no can. I just want yan share say fi onum say. Mentia say almost you can fake drugs I no chese dey.
Eduru anya papa.
They have some definition. You see, then almost fake drugs I mean say a draw more approve you said then that's what you were just saying. Mentia say because say they can fake up.
Yeah, no one. Yeah, papa. Ya kasa we fake ya. That they wo ya ho. Yes, an. The bet to me ama wadro. But
oh, baby, I say he questioned the justification behind the use of unapproved medicine, otherwise known as fake medicine. And no na me bisano.
Yeah, unapproved.
So unapproved just okay well. Omai yanyin tumu. So my question, yanyin tumu, does that make it fake? And only question back. Yanti asiye. And I continue me busasano. Unse kind story na. I say they're going to name and shame. Say a drone nye na se obi di mo obi. Doctor de a drone ma obi. Na eku amanfo ana ade o hawo ma amanfo a. Ade ye ne say yebo ebi a doctor din ana hospital we din.
Of incan asasi akwachi nipa.
So is it the case yes, a drone ye? But because we've not approved of that particular medicine, and we just have to name and shame. So okay, well, ebia sa ayasabia way and a public health facility way, way. I don't get it. Name and shame what?
Name and shame na.
I'll be prano. Obi wunu.
Name and shame dear son.
And you ube name now shame no ni pakuno.
Adenabang.
Or how na oni pakuno? I don't.
And the no bankwem.
Don't get it.
Over kwesi.
Ebia senia story no can nya ade aye ade ehu bia. You understand?
Yeah.
Maybe nya ade ehu bia because otherwise mentiase.
Over question naturally. That the minister yi yenokura. Na womu a ya womu complain say kwa ya sabia na edra ya de ma me na nya no a na edru omu prescribe ma yen naturally say over question womu nsamu a aya womu ka no. Nokura kakra betumi abemu o. Yeah. Womu aya ya complain say na me call hospital edra ya de ma me sa na nya no a na me kɔ no maduro na efe me hu sa na ma homete na me kɔ no maduro yi na doctor edura wo de ma me okura kakra betumi am instead de say okɔ akɔpa yaresa no wasa akɔ akɔpa problem foforo de kofi that the minister you can ye no kura dia then it's possible that ye betumi a prescribe edura ma wo a obakwesi edura no be kɔ akɔ no na no ya de no kura ni hu maate eduro no kura ba na nya papa said you on working.
Okay, well, anybody actually near her sena be a bit me and chichi mu be a particular story with more because we know I said you can't so crap.
I very serious. Very, very serious.
Yeah. But sending and same city no because it's unapproved medicine. Is it the same as fake medicine? Because you can't fake dia. I know you.
Yes.
That is a idea more or less enya
papa.
Nya papa.
Yeah. Ena unapproven so. Yanjin tu mukura safa manipa.
Yeah.
Ena omodema.
But eno na me bisa say okay, well see yanjin tu musi yemfa manipa. Eno no ma eko wie say enya na.
Because one will say, one, a fake, and a two, and some crying.
Yeah, man, you fake because a fake in the not say.
According to minister, no.
Only so I can't ask him.
But because you are no, I will better position. Time media no answer, whom I no more.
And see you scrutinize it. Then you're kind. Yeah, interrogative scrutinize it.
Good.
But
and a ban in Rosam.
Yeah, besides them.
Good. A ban in Rosamwa. One no, any. Who are your doctor and so?
Yeah, but I'm saying, say, all kind of story. Normally, say, unapproved medicine, otherwise known as fake drugs.
Of a question, what they are family from. Yes, say, I unapproved route. Yamfa ho. A tressa ofawa, you bet to me. I say, we bet to me. And unapproved. Ya ma kwai yanjin tum and fine ya to ma.
And I say, does that make it fake?
Because you are there, young to
the only to moi, and my could be, and I could see say, and yana.
Well, the young to one, she be a risk about.
And no, me no yarding, no, me no yarding.
Yeah, young to
say, no, maybe I need to okay, well, I draw away the money power, maybe or how be or one are saying.
Good.
Yes, but I'm saying, say, is it also true, say, because you're in to and my echo we say, and ye. And I bonnet to say, be omukasuki, well, unapproved medicine is the same as like fake drugs.
They're not so yet.
If it did, her say, be a bit in paying for no between a boy, me, but the uncle, so yes, and way, dear cotton, and pay or the various news online portals, near the Mochibi and pay with media. So you will be punished if you participate in illegal strike. THUR MD warns workers. The managing director of the Tamaoye refinery, THUR, Jerry K. Henson, has disclosed attempt by some workers of the company to embark on industrial action as unlawful. In a letter to the workers, Mr. Henson warned that any worker who participates in the illegal strike action or picketing will be dealt with according to the laws. The General Transport Petroleum Chemical Workers Union, GTPCWU, on Tuesday, April 18, announced its intention to embark on a series of actions in support of its call for the revamping of THUR.
Abusiafo ayi krata we aye THUR na obokoko na managing director of that time awaya referral ano Derek Hinson na wotre se workers ni bi aye se wo mu beti atua na se atua te no na nnamomra wo a ebeti wo mu bie no ubeka dem na wowura Hinson de saa krata pie ya wo de bo wono kokose na no woye tra kakra bi no a wo mu yeye no na nya no kwa apaso ya wo mu kwaye picketing etia mra enti General Transport Petroleum Chemicals Workers na benada no wo mu tesa asɛminti wo no mu de enti wo mu wusu wo mu ho kakra eno no wo kyerɛ sɛ obi bia ya bɛte wo saa kwa no so no ya bɛte wa
Asemo enti mo ye picketing no and a strike no so mo ye o ye becho and I'm do becho aso okay
you were demo
if you don't scrap taxes, an expansion policy of 50% by 2030 will be a mirage. LPG Marketers Association. So he says if you don't scrap taxes, then the expansion policy of 50% by 2030 will be a mirage. LPG Marketers Association. Now, the Liquefied Petroleum Gas LPG Marketers Association has reiterated that the price of LPG will remain high in the country if the taxes are not scrapped. The price of LPG usually went up by 8% despite the forecast that it will drop in this pricing window, April 16 to April 30, 2023. Now, speaking to the media, Vice President of the LPG Marketers Association, Gabriel Kumi, said that the consumption of LPG keeps dwindling every day.
Abusiafo ayi Liquefied Petroleum Gas Marketers Association na womu kase womu tase tempenifo anse na LPG tasia daso no we womu anyi bia mfiri so na de bia bekoso akosoro de a ene enisuade huna wo pese wodi koduro no entumi enuru ho na LPG price de bia na ekosoro de bia na ekosoro 8% kwa bra na wo mudi wo mani aka kan se enkade no kura betumi aba fom no de bia na ekosoro eno nti Vice President ma LPG Market Association wowura Gabriel Kumi na wotre se edibesi nne asa no bo ade ho na ekoto gas bo ayi no bo no a edin yenti ama nipa dodo no anu wo mu yisuo no esotia na etie because wakofes ka we no de akoto gas ya ne bo ade ne sei enti trendre esotia na ete eba fom.
Senior staff of universities of Ghana threatening nationwide strike. National chairman of the Senior Staff Association of University of Ghana, Isaac Donko, has hinted at a planned industrial strike on Wednesday, April 26, in solidarity with the University of Cape Coast, the chapter of the association. The local chapter of the Senior Staff Association of the Universities of Ghana, the University of Cape Coast, embarked on an indefinite strike on Thursday, April 13, over delays on the part of the management of the university to resolve certain pertinent issues. The UCC chapter of the association expressed concern about issues such as the non-implementation of negotiated allowances and the condition of service for its members.
Abusiafo senior staffs here University of Ghana and womu tese womu beti etia ebeye omaimuni nyina National Chairman ma Senior Staff Association University of Ghana Ura Isaac Donko and Hinti the etiantia anuadin industrial strike besa se da ukuada epude toso eduonu nsia na de omu ye omu de boa omu nuanom a University of Cape Coast dan se asia no wase ya de nyonko na yeneme local chapters Senior Staff Association University of Ghana University of Cape Coast omu atietua efiri na ano dawade epuda na toso edumi ensa ocha se sika bi asasa ya de ma wo mu management ɛwɔ university no wɔn atena ase aka ne nyinaa awie nso wɔn endi wɔn bɔsɛɛ so nti UCC chapter association no ɛna wɔ express concern ɔkyerɛ sɛ wɔn na mokɔtena ase kan yɛ sɛ allowance deɛ ɛde bɛma mu nie condition of service mu members nso deɛ ɛde bɛma mu nie nso ano ɛde te bɔsɛ anya ano a ne yɛde tua nti wɔn bɛte atua de asɔ ɔman mu ne nyinaa.
Kojo Jones MP ambition. Kojo Jones's MP ambition frozen over eligibility concerns. The Functional Executive Committee of the National Democratic Congress at its meeting on Tuesday, April 18, 2023, deferred its decision on the eligibility of Emmanuel Jones Mensah, an aspirant in the Keta constituency parliamentary primaries of the party. This was after FEC, as the Functional Executive Committee, considered the report of a special committee that has been set up to determine certain special appeals emanating from the decisions of vetting committees of the party. During deliberations on the findings of the special committee by FEC, it allegedly became apparent that Mr. Emmanuel Jones Mensah, his name is not in the official assignment database of the party as of 2018. They see.
Abusiafo ayi Functional Executive Committee ya wa National Democratic Congress NDC amanyokum ana meeting a wo mu ye no nada epude na toso edun woche ana wo mu tira se Emmanuel Jones Mensah woye obi a wo gina premier sebeja konwa e wo Keta constituency NDC amanyoko no edim na FEC aisha report wa womo edeba ye special committee no no ana womo semu an womo si ejinaye ede afa hoa bra vetting committee so ede na bra womo gusu a womo tenjene sam no ho ano ana womo chese Emmanuel Jones Mensah womo asemu no na ne din eni database a according to womo 2018 ewo asamai
say Vaco flat base one baby nidinim. Maybe we have to get later. Na say be am paying for much match mu. So nidinim no eno go we saying say
me nyananti yeah but eno mean to me nkom.
And say
womo akle.
No.
Yeah, so we bet to me.
Okay.
But say as a party, womunya very careful. The nipa no qualify say womuma no jina. Womuma nipa kro no entina. Womuma woma kwanya. Awo anya fair ground so a the nipa no qualify ya. Ben kofa ade bi na we na anya na okuya akura free. Okropon aba oka kwe no. It's just yadoya one ya niye the nipa no ewo ahoɔden wa kwanya sɛ ɛsɛsɛ wɔ gyina adɛnti na mode nneɛma bi betuntan mu asi no kwan ɛsɛsɛ wɔ mu yɛ careful ka
Well, young friends, 70 things you say, Mammy Fast, like I say, from peacefmonline.com, other major online portals, yet in 70 see, na Niakano, there, one cratano, so anyone say no, yet the appear more so, na, in Sambia Bam said, metititi, a bit me about, Nino Edia Mamo, letter commission, so, sir, I'm the Ghana card, who sends me, ya, I'm not okay, call parliament, na, MPC, near Shuki, well, Yanin to, say Ghana card, near Kaka home. Monfa nya Ghana card pe ene se ye card a yebetimi e dia twere din akọ aba ato humanum no continuous registration ni kaka ho na ntie no se la electoral commission omugina bebi omugina omso om de Ghana card pe
overkwesi won say electoral commission wo ya de bi a I to say wo share wo ko aben because ade a wo ye no Emrasebe no kura kachira wo say and Emrasebe fie no aye both minority and majority.
Ahonya court.
Good.
Nya court.
Matthias nya court. But Emrasebe ni nyina ji to mu say ta ejina no a usie no omu na ejina ya nem. Emrasebe fo ni jina homa the whole Ghana 270 and constituencies.
Yeah.
Omu jina homa yen. Ena omu nyina aka kire wo say tabi enipa ntini ya emra. Omu aka kire wo say saa de no a wo ye no emwa enti kwana kwasesa no. But wo ye electoral commission ya enipa na de watena ho sabi wo kwato secretary apata so a kwabrani ne pagya anisi wo. But adia wo ye no a the whole Ghana say kwana kwasesa no. Wo dia wo ne ukuo kakra no say dia wo pese wo ya na wo be ya onkoso no onye the whole constituency omu ye ya namusifo wo mra sebe de fie enti maami de mensa ne Dr. Bosman Asare ene ni nipa etwa wo mu hwasia adia nko anu wo mahu wo Ghana card mu a omu si adina say dia wo mu si wo mu pese wo mu be ya na wo mu be omu nkoso nye omu nko ahun say aye papa no katre ye say yenhia de overkwesi wonim say amaya eta ye hwasia entokwa mansoche emojahwie gu kwaso dodo na ya abato ene wo ya refi ya woto aba ene da kura say overkwesi wan say NDC a petition council of state say yanyi enipa bi kura free electoral commission board no so because adia mu ye ni nyina no eye wakoa ben na mugusu a mo hyen amaye tan ye hwasie nyina no adentina ye beto aba obi apese wakasa fa asomje ho esansa abato otumi de ntokwaba en adie be na be ye ya se me makoto aba na me pese ma ba me to ye na ha na ekọ na wo be direct baby abato no nko.
Okay. All right.
Just wo mu ye careful.
Na me see ewie nsem na di akoto news online portals ba ko bia e wo hanam see yakobana pese who here because everyone want kakra and some say netie no etie for yenti o see $2.5 million worth of crude condensate missing at Tor. $2.5 million worth of crude condensate missing at Tor. Opoku Prempe. This country, The Minister of Energy, Dr. Matthew Opoku Prempe, has disclosed that some $2.5 million worth of crude condensate has gone missing at the Tema Oil Refinery Tor. The minister explains that his outfit secured a deal for the company in the premix sector, but $2.5 million has been lost and left unaccounted for. Quote, I gave Tor a new business opportunity in the premix fuel market that all the condensate from Ghana gas should be used for blending premix fuel. The last time I heard, over $2.5 million worth of condensate had gone missing from Tor. If you all want Tor working and we don't want another ECG in Tor, we should do the right thing, else it will break the back of government. Tor has over 5. Okay, Memphis, you want to say? Jimwe.
Abusiafo ayi Minister of Energy Dr. Matthew Opoku Prempe ana worker say wasi sika bi yahire no kwa ye $2.5 million wo Tema Oil Refinery wa bra no wo mu pese crude a wo mu ndanda mu no ahire condensation kano ya science wo de time ko ba no mate na minister no what say the outfit no na so ne ye say enka premise ya the danda mu no emfa bi enko ho enko matumi adanda mu di ama but wo koye no premise no wa kontabuo ayanwonwona $2.5 million wo muntumi muhu akonta kosi I quote me ma for business opportunity the premise fuel eba market no undanda mu gas de anu bi na mundanda mu ayamblende enya premise ni yamfa ma Ghana fo enkwati a $2.5 million yo. Ashre kwa eko. Enti to. Mamunya te said ye kosu wo yisi jini bio. Namunya ni sefata. Na ya mu abiding.
So Minister no catch ye then. Or more information on. Yeah, then I see. Enti dia no aya fa ho. $2.5 million no eko. Because story no nche say walking okasoki well yama police for ana national security omo hwe mo machi omo $2.5 million mine sika condensate ni your mine dia and also dia koto usu am business deal ejuma so omonye and $2.5 million worth of it eko ayira ya hwere no nti u ka kire ni abutimi kan ya ni minister timi kan ya ne se maye mato onye ti se ECG yo yate ebi omo ye hwehwemu na omo wia sa $2.5 million of condensate ebi I bet you yeah the omo ya jiska $2.5 million me boa ananya sa because otherwise come around and I'm having see and some man for bet $2.5 million no obi be ka say one more bra we kwasampanyi
eno na over kwesi da bia
because one more bra because who ntimi nya sa $2.5 million e bi wia
over kwesi emu half kura wunya
enti amount for $2.5 million no omo wia eko and a minister ne ka che so ni o kan ne say me ma enko ti say ECG
yeah wonam honom na say wo de wunim kro no ba ebia ne ye twa wo mpo
eko say $2.5 million in yes capital no am say eko like
we are makwagina
unaccounted for okay motia na bi o mahwim ana o madwuma no sa na tie hu enframa because we say petrol you say bia hwe enframa timi bi fe bi koni ne ka ho
okay say na num wa ba bi wo mo say ba ku bi a ye di kogu wo mo ta
boss ne ka ho mo say yes enti we no bia enframa na afa 2.5 the unaccounted for no say ye timi mu ehu ye bu nkunta na ye hu be bia no afa
say bia wo mo divert ma obi o say wo mo to ma obi o say nipa bi na ye nhwe na aseye o say die yo
we susu pencheche mu so obi amfi wo
dabi
because on mo private business no mo ye we nya me no mienu Ghana nye nti o mind business ni na sete bi ya nkra business bi a ye mu nkunta ma obi a $2.5 million unaccounted for just ko
you no so ne private ejuma onye ne saa o so ono ne private ejuma na wo de asene nsa over kwesi nkonya ne saa o onye no saa da
$2.5 million maybe you still have hope. Yeah, I would still GDA.
Nya na ya wa uka o man na.
Be
de wenya.
E kama say o de GDA say be
be mo bu ya che. Yeah, but over kwesi on a more serious note. Ya ma electoral commission ya the right. Over kwesi.
What is the right?
One will say, you nyina no ye nim sam dada say abatuo mu edi ojambo mu ba but the ekoso a ofo complaini obi ate wo oye nhwehan over kwesi si ojambo mba nipa no ofa na ni brepe ode ba wo so
ojambo mi ambe ojambo mu ma
over kwesi May 9th that's the no e ba ye no yeah enipa hwere wo mu nko referee ana wo di match
but men fa we nsusu hu na nye ojammo
over kwesi
ben nye konfoboni
on enti na make say the one we say Wanhu adeɛ no ye kono enye na se yan kanentem tabi yesi peni a wobetena fie ma mofrawe nankan ebu nankanwefo a yede no beka ho obakwesi they should do the right thing.
Okay, Monty, yankuenum. Medase anope. Need 100.9 Ghana Montie dwumedie su no asugwe. So electoral commission semwate kwabramafo anope nkomo no nyina se munye the right thing. 25 minutes to wait. Yeba the bankrata na nimu se yeba beji asra de ma peacefmonline.com. Other major online portals here do see. Time for the newspapers.
Kuno no ya owia no ho boko abie puno no sa no ya odi kwatututu Neat FM.
Ghana Montie, Ghana Montie, Ghana Montie, Ghana Montie.
Odi sampabo kasiabo ko wakata munsa amaya se kwesi abwaje onye yimu nukretrodo kadime kamadine bo nitafe mumayentie kwesi abwaje 100.9 kwesi bonkwe
Adawro Kofiaman homene so ejiji tonton sansan ewo Neat 100.9 FM. Ghana Montie na mansanya so. Adawro Kofiaman homene so ejiji tonton sansan ewo Neat 100.9 FM.
Tiadaka 126,000 sefa. What the bag Ghana is coming at 25 million old currency. Yeah, ba over check scam I do to my to review. And I call 2,600. Kaba ko kwasi ka ye carry at the call Burkina assassin Sukotoni man. Near Kwana Sieba. Yeah, but Tona says can you know half for cry until Ghana scan yes, sir. At the watch Burkina for. Tossum University did the book around. Yeah, qua. Ya kwati ne mane nyina bi no baba pia mo so mo ye mfa ne ma no ye so e Ghana for ye ni omu ni asem ye nim de aba Burkina abonten so enti ye se Ghana ba wo ne Burkina ban kasa ma ye na se de ye ewu ye sika de kwa Burkina ye sa sika na na san aba Ghana enti na ye jira ne ye se Ghana ba se pa na cho on ka bi ma ye ne se tosi fo kwa no beto border no ma ye on tumu ma ye ye ne so otum be 1 week kra Burkina ban beti ne ma no so kakra ma ya beto for hoka alarm for no what kwa yam pamu ya hama wote niama ni siwa edu se wutua ni abepamu na wusika eniama no nu aja no se ya ka ba akukọ ya kwa wo ba no eniama ni nyira hoka alarm for di tu abegira wo mo so wa man free the man mu ankwa o mo be ku amu tu amatu ka na ye ba se fa no kosoro ka kosoro niama nyina kosoro ntosu so ye koduru hu a ntosi ni so bo eden enti se yade sa niam ni nyina ba ne yebechegu so a na ama niam no bo ayeden yeyin enketewa 9 ansiri ketewa we 106 de wa wura ba mu no empanyifo no omonka bi maye se wantuma yentimi nkọ nti otuma bia na dawruma na oni panyin no kasa ho a na dawo no ahwe na wafra kuafo no wate so kakra se de yeso yebetimi akofa bi kasa ntosi wo ha nyina aka na intimament ni aba adwom ya nya adwuma bi anya se na da dua minim dia me na me ma ya kwa akodie enti ya sra ban se onwu ya mobo
ma minimum crofo no madwaye tomatoes dwadifo na omo se na se na omsi kan se mi ana so to de bia ye mobo ya na ye mobo ntimi hu se eduabo se ye den because nsasi yensu ye wo bi ha se je se ye de tomatoes ye ntimi nua bi e bia ti se bibia ye be se ye na ye nsasi kura nye na nke ntimi nua tomatoes ya na nke be ye yi ade ye Osre. Say, many be out in one. Says Kaya, na debia, send your walking, no master, Sanom de Kobukina, Omuko Duonswa, and Boko Halam. Where you know my Begina, Homonia, Shea, no Mutriska, Nabibia, no my Banoma, Pamo, Massacumina, no Magiscano, tomatoes, and so I was Sanka. And I say, Ibia Shromosa, Kekakwa. I hear na tomatoes, ya, you do. akumadan tomatoes ni ade ni na ma se ni nyina bibia je se akofa fi obi ma so ande ere aba ma mu anum se bibia boy yan so kran kofi dia
Yahu amobo pa say unim say Sunday no me free Cape Coast abedu nanka me oso ya tontos bane anyo akwesi from Cape Coast esim bankasim to Apam Johnson to Winneba to Kaswa yan tontos wokwa tomatoes ni kwa ho tomatoes wa menyaye eye ochireko Johnson ehwo no aya omotonton vegetables the one na medura metobi ochireko Johnson no eye bo no aye di banku wo mu no bo ketwa no ena omude tomatoes ba ko be 14 egum eno mpo no eye 50 Ghana cedis ena eno pensu ni ntosu a na ewo fiti Cape Coast besika so a eno ni ntosu a na ewo kwan
kwesi adantie bia na munya no ma
over kwesi ba
no madam no mo home
me to bi de bia
oh okay
me free Cape Coast ba me to
on Sundays
yeah ebi wa me to wo utra mankasim ba wanim kakra ubenya careful bi na ewo honom no omoto aso wo wa nti metumi to wo ho
okay
ena metumi to wo ochireko ena metumi to wo Apam Johnson but of akwesi from ehwo etu kaswa na tomatoes ni kwan na even kura no baby a yeyi anyonfo na kono ehwo na mekoto anyon 100 Ghana no 100 Ghana no over kwesi minyaya anka mitatu mi phone so
anyo ye jene
ya ansem fan one kana
o meti ase
anyo no over kwesi 100 Ghana no me de trawa na numpo no omo agina wono omo ton wutie omo kasa no a ase omo free amai foforo so ana omo ya mema bebre pone kose mema bebre ya bla come tag hu Ghana ni a hu ana se ebia wo mu free amai so ebia wo be free atifia mantem ho no ana wo mu ton anyo no wo
any tomatoes
si adaka 126,000 sefa what the bag Ghana is coming at 25 million old currency yeah ba wo ba check scam my duty man to we no na 2,600 ka ba ko kwasi ka ye carry e de ko Burkina asase no so koto ne ma no ne ye kwa na se ba ye be to na asase ka ye nyam ho afokra nti Ghana sika no ye sesa e de ko che Burkina fo to so miene se bi Boko Haram ye kwa ya kwati ne ma nyina bi no bobba pia mo so mo ye mfa ne ma no ye so ye Ghana fo ye ni omu ni asem ye nim di aba Burkina bonten so enti ye se Ghana ba wo ne Burkina ban kasa ma ye na se de ye ewu ye sika de ko Burkina ye sa sika na na san aba Ghana enti na ye jira ne ye se Ghana ba se pa na cho on ka bi ma ye ne se tosi fo kwa no beto border no ma ye on tumu ma ye ye ne so otum be 1 week kra Burkina ban beti ne ma no so kakra ma ya beto
okay yo yate aban semate tomatoes edwadifo na womo ede omo nsam de tumanim timuntie ni yewa need 100.9 Ghana muntie sunu asogwe sabre akasma be dunsia na no twa de bon krata no nsam no se na esitie enim nsam no yanko na entie bi na yaka de bon krata daily graphic da hanum se mi hwe krata fa to so ye dunum na ade bi a me hu a trade fair development project is a trade fair no mo ba be ni yi ana me hu na fonino mu de go say world class convention and exhibition center hotel, retail, tech hub, amusement, residential. And yet, we have for news and sit down there. And I think I'm more than a trade fair. No, dear. A bear gampa because trade fair pa, Yesushana, Hawana, Ye Corner, Indo Tech, Nigi Fex, Nisa, Nyama, who do in our trade fair. must say trade fair, each as a Matra Ghana, Moti, or my trade fair, Atitia Pan Samnans, I see, when training in Anamatunton, and Mudisi are dark as yet, and I'm one Casamudimamo, and a trade fair, a goo, and a CCI, the Omodia Baba 200 say, for Nino, come on. Teenage them Cabernet who paid 1500 say, trade fair development project. Now, send your music and there's a son, one mobile and the Asenka, and your bad.
Because she said, they be I know, and yana what done the child. Como Atunton was
me hold the beer, me call him say, and no crime call because a lawyer may Zenith faculty, law faculty, Honum say no. The beer that me call him say, the trend, the beer, I'm one, I'm a rah who say, I'm say,
we're drawing a one more draw,
of course, behind say no, Mrs. is your mobile bayano.
Eh, as the way you are mobile, you are catching a say.
Said, to me, I
send you down there, come on. And he says, I'm going to me, I said, yes.
As one move to me, I am
a drawing idea, I fine. And drawing here, but
Mr. Black, I'm maybe I'm a catcher as a good in
and I make us.
Then we are cry the question, cry diseases where we are about from my country. Say,
so more to me, I am podia, and yeah.
Yeah.
Now, when one more baby boo boo. One bet, and as one bet to go for baby, and some of my eyes, I give it.
There been a sense as in
It's all bet to a one, a trade fair one. That's how we you bet to eviction back and go.
It was as your Tony. I know they told you what to be right.
Papa, question that trade fair as I said now.
And oh, that's it. Just it down.
Messi, I want to and you know, Mamma company. I want to done the child.
And when you ever see a very near
child will trade for it. It's so hard. Papa, some quackable 90 be a good.
Oh, I'm question 200. Oh, I'm question a daben will bet to me.
I say 90 be seen you.
I want child.
And I come around one and I didn't come on say 90 be have you name you to you.
Oh, I'm a question.
You are from Yamseni and Unqua Failing and Unquire.
I'm a dear mamma, Bemubu, and the South Casa village will see you. And one
failing and quiet,
and one mamma Bem. Meme Yim and one make an over question. Village or Nampo, Yensum, and one more failure, I did that. And Casa baby. I or one Casa Bregu. Casa or Cassina or Casagu. Oh, yeah, there could be Nabaco Cran, I am a street Asako.
Okay, regional minister wa Manos will be of Casa Ramsan Yadi. Henry Cotti, a Greater Accra regional minister. Rakote that's him walk about Banit FM so.
Yeah, but here.
Now from where? That's it. You have the police a daya Modiama Ghana police for in Penifo na Yankoma ye di wa hadum say na Chado Honum say who's a works and housing minister and some not just even Chado Honum say some part of a Greater Accra and she babe to him say be yiri ni ade ade no kaso omba ko bubu nan na si nsuom ni na ba ko bubu ni asio yeah ade regional minister sha si anu clear ade na say won say oya na man for to chalk minister kwa no ice we gina minister kwa no gina because be na man for to chalk and ye didie wo say betimi akwa ko bubu mugu so
yo nda wanse tia wete fo nyina ene wo so ja man say technology nti wo actual social media ne dia ba
ejoso
online is distort to I don't know.
But unya feedback bi o
not from my end
unya feedback bi at the same yeah yan kosu nkakranka na me yeah mpacho timinka
answer my voice yeah but anyway we can go ahead no
okay
problem
pache me so say your kosu na bia me rectify
yeah and you know I'm for Western House and I said so much na jumano as I said Western House and hydro as you want say and you know in so but to see and wɔn yɛ nhyehyɛ ne ntotoeɛ sɛ ɛbɛyɛ a nsuo tɔ a ɛyiri nti no mehunu sɛ wɔama dietitians a wɔn de bɛyɛ saa adwuma no. I believe that they are going to work in collaboration with the state agencies for that to happen. And so, that's here.
But one should not who did you maybe and ye structures BABCCC on authorized places near the day. But I'm said, I'm for to choke a cramebois.
Oh, not necessarily that. But may exercise I mean, yeah, na specifically, a bias here and go for and coach you on. And I may be so I come and go a stakeholder, broader and wider stakeholder engagement. Near the diamond to be near to nothing near. I'm not good and go for that too. But I took later over to talk one to me here. I bet you faso.
No correct.
If you talk with the over to, but maybe we are to later. It's about your faso.
That's all.
Yes, there be a meeting so. 7 previous breaking it here. I could different, you know. Yeah, I control. But I'm not deterred by what people will say or do. That is not the issue. So coming to it, you know, yeah, like it is a Ramsar say, in spaces, it's a shaman. In spaces, you can see big fence walls. As a second phase, you know, and then if it is so, no, and say technical people on their one last, you know, it's me question normal culture and say, I'm being with the what is called what is buffer. It's you know said man so almost me here. Then 1 month ago, your friend and another people that be planned for natural say about 133 buildings will be demolished.
Okay.
And no one soon Mancasa. If it is here now, we have about 300 and something. But technical people don't call your one human. Clearly, no, between 133 and 169 are in the water. And those ones, they are non-negotiable. They'll be demolished. Once they are doing that, no, one more share and she share I will there they are here. And Sashi will more. They are buying there. And no, I would hear me and make higher. That's actually everything now. They are buying. They're especially being a review of and put next simple, it means or more. And it's state agency. Like I said, what the idea on there. I feel my sister and go for, like I said, legalizing an illegality. Masha, let's be very realistic here. And Crawford have encroached upon government land, okay? And they are built and lived in their homes for over 30 years. And maybe I actually say, no, they have encroached upon it, and they have lived on it continuously for 30 years. Indirectly, no, I said, my own possession. So going to court now and to demolish 5,000 houses. Master, which judge in this country will grant a request for you to go and demolish 5,000 houses in this modern age? Oh, the energy na start here. Yeah, me call ye ansana. I too late, you know. Now these 5,000 houses over the last 10, 20, 30 years now, because only they have not contributed their quota in terms of paying property rates to government. But meanwhile, they are enjoying utilities, electricity, water, acquiring air.
ɛba saa na ɛkuro bɛn so sɛbi ɛna kisa so wɔn mu ɛka sɛ I'm legalizing and illegality ebi mo si omi ní akokoduro sɛbi mpie biasa akokoduro ɛwɔ hɔ wɔn yɛ ade so ano ayɛ sɛ deɛ ɛbɛyɛ a ɛbɛyɛ yi ama obiara and that is the position on Ramsar. So I want to pull down 133, 160, something between 133. I don't have the figures on me, but definitely there will be demolition there. Now, say they are canon. Maybe I say a bay only to me property rate. If they are buying it to me and maybe if they are here to a human or Ghana man, greater man. So that is what it is. And then you see in show there. President and said the kind of new directives they about 8 months ago. And I mean this is maybe a dingo human of course that you see only then the brain free acquire meaning sir we got away MC 3AB that's so much 3AB. But you know yeah to true and money yeah.
So Yamra Yankomo so Enra Jumedi Amudi 322 housing unit Ghana Police Service Kwabenya East Amudi Amomuina ebi sani esi hu Ghana Police for say ban ebia wo de ade show monsana maintenance e behwesu ye yenhwesu ye Enra am say 17 bi kra no obokoko ni ye de kiosk ni ye be akwakoton we ye koye we ni sa ne maniama ni nyina no. In terms of ABA, even though IGP also promises say about maintenance or say ABA, but minim as the regional minister also do more content regime be and then some our crowd 2J. Mimisa say in Shishebe and ye go aquam ye decline ama ye betting maintain strategy 10 year be ABA GD names okay well a down will pay 6 months 1 year. Yes, Uncle Hesseni be a dynate. We're going to be at Tiapan Minister.
So, what's my way there? 7 previous. Oh, the can't carry a nip pasha. Oh, depending dream. And so, what can I tell your chef? Into America, said, and then police and then I ever can myself. And Ubisu, I a friend who say His Excellency the President. And now I do dance for Kufuado. And she said, Papa, and fulfilling his promises rather, in terms of housing deficit, loaning your mama, security intelligence agencies, retooling the Ghana Police Service. Apart from say Ghana Police in Myanmar, I didn't see that. And war, your man, Amamu, Ocean cars, motorbikes, Empo, helicopter. Minimal, but baby, I many of you believe in Yanti said the Ghana police were helicopter that. But feeding Yamiadum, Ibiaba, Ayuguswara, and Luan to set the outcome of phase 1 of a dying accommodation unit. His Excellency the President while promising our more, and then I got anything. Now comes to your question. Media member Omukoko. The Sebio Kamia Koyese Uko Police Barasa. The first year, Manu said in previous police barasa, deep freezers. This is when as a way for peacekeeping about editing price block in me, ice water in Yama. After we find Chairman, another Tokyo system. Na dokuno susu sinchain and no I'm bomb kokose we dear it cannot happen and it should not happen and it must not happen. They must treat the place as they said, as we have for everyone barracks kama it's not say of Osha Daniel Suya. Now say na meaning so dream say we can know me police near that. And can be said, GP and government are far back over and yes, yes, come asphalting them, yes, Sukusha among Ubenya Pass, police bars. Ah, Sebi, Baby, I would know window asiano. And there's also a clinic. I want one clinic at Sao. Okay. One test to it's a complete package.
I see.
And I think that I see a board president Abaso. Ura Samuel ABOAGYE Nako. Why are there papa. The Utuminya sa Daisui. Kaditrim with Miamana Baso. Ura Benito Usubi, Deputy Minister. Why are there? And Interior Minister. Moving around about day because it's a huge thing that they've done. As a regional minister, no, chairman of regional security council, Rexer, maybe I said that, and the mom said, Mama, Omania baby, I'm a question for I won't cry. Omania baby, your Montia too. Over Adam Paris appeal, baby, to say Central Police, Hono, one can nominate our home, be will Kumasi, whatever. You know, and I'm also make I say. Oba yes we na mo a buying search here and crofo and crosion. We'll do our best to reclaim those lands and give it up to state agencies. We want to make Daniel main home and say to we can come in a block of flats are necessity. In your visa our teachers room, a visa our teachers. What to do my own. Uniparin is or we will be a semi or the better than forward to me, Ako Yuma, while contributing quota the development of the region, the country at large.
Me was up Ubo or Mampenia Basui, na meaning Sabia Minister between Abuas Onim, a ban of Sikaya disease are dying, Wanya, Ghana, Yang, Kasa. Yesika ana ya obine ba ya mo sanity unim no ehwasem
we dey wadaroma because so jama ko nan regional minister be no see am say me maye welcome address me so many ehu bi me so ma bom koko na details na nkasa there I'm say this money minister for lands and natural resources kasa one details and one ayo amoyi.
Okay.
777 Jadias. Maybe I said the Marco Holiday Hotel near Fed. The Munia Maya Kama. They management no money there. Maybe a meaning. But means one of the promises being fulfilled by His Excellency the President. That I know very well. Okay. And I know, sir, phase 1, phase 2, now, and yeah, hope 1 year. Police workshop was so new one. I ben one. Master,
I see.
I said the American. What is important in this whole thing is the management of the facility. But I must be quick to also say, sir, you are done Paris. They just send me a trivia. You should have been known for. Is a strict disciplinarian. And Osha said the 1 year police headquarters no. I said you may order glass paper be yes, sir. Well, my assurance, and if I should quote him, for so long as he remains as the Inspector General of Police, he is assuring the President that he will ensure, sir, there will be strict maintenance of the facility. And I know he can do it.
Rakote Yadasiana Pedibisia, Yamishopa. And record to a Greater Accra Regional Minister and pay need 100.9 Ghana MONTIE Sono Asiogwe, Yedin Komo, and rap a Yejumedi, a dying Ayadema Ghana Police Service for 322 housing unit, a year a buying a pound matches, or Modiama, Ghana Police, and a pace out here, Nini be a boy, Inspector General Police, a Kasai, and so a Dasi, a Bino, Neoman Penny, Neomaya, one more Edebois, Ghana Police Service. Need 100.9 yen to us young queen him now and 7 of you saw there one crater no ama akuma befi and kwabnama for hadum say omoboa yenju
yo I was for me share and some no ase na the daily graphic da obokrata no anim nsem na me de e sha ase na said ye ne enkramanta musuafo akwakodi enkomo e de afa enra barracks a nyina no esom 322 no a mampeni na adodanko akufuado wada no ade ni nyina no na kyese ɛno nso wɔn ɛde ato anim hanom nti wobɛhwɛ anim hanom a mampanin Nana Adodankwa Akufo-Addo wɔda anim hanom a wɔhyɛ n'ataadeɛ yellow kama ɛna ne aburo kosua nketenkete sisi mu ɛna saa nso so ɛna onumonyamfoɔ abogyinapɔ ɔno nso so gyina na nsɛntwerɛfoɔ gu wɔn akyi sɛ ve ɛne ɛwɔ biara pɛsɛ kyerɛ sɛ wɔtwa mfoni na de so wɔde kɔkɔma ne nsɛntwerɛ dwumayɛkuo no nti ɛno nso ɛda hanom na barracks no sɛ na wonim baabi a wɔn dan no adi a wei no yɛsi no wɔ kwabenya aha nti ɛhɔ ɛna wɔn adan barracks no adi na wɔkyerɛ mu sɛ sisi a no sɛ wohwɛ nsɛntwerɛfoɔ wɔn report ahodoɔ a da bia wɔn bɔ ho dawuro ɛne wɔn ka ho asɛm wɔn kasafodini ne nkɔm kasafidie ahodoɔ so a ne nyinaa no akɔyɛ amanyɔsɛm ne nyinaa no akɔyɛ amanyɔsɛm akɔyɛ sɛ asɛ amanyɔfoɔ no ɛde wɔn sɛ sisi a nakɔyɛ bi sɛ yɛde sika wurawura mu saa nti obiara pɛ sɛ asɛ wɔyɛ bibi ma ne so amanyɔkuo bi ani enti amanyɔsɛm no ho dawurubɔ nko na da biara no asɛ ɛgye ntere ha ɛwɔ ɛyɛ kasamfoni ɛna afei kasafidie ahodoɔ so wɔ nsɛntwerɛfoɔ adwumayɛkuo no wɔn dwumadie nsɛm emu na ɛno na wɔn kyerɛ mu sɛ sɛ ɛkɔ ne saa wanhwɛ yi a ɛbɛma yɛ kabi maminka bi amamu dodo amamu ɛno yɛ democracy no ɛhihimu paa wei ne yɛ report a wɔn mo ɛdan no adi ɛna kyerɛ sɛ political scientists wɔde nsɛm wei nyinaa no ato dwa sɛ ɛma yɛ nina wɔn mo paa wanhwɛ yi a saa deɛ na ɛyɛ agyentere ha ɛwɔ nsɛntwerɛfoɔ adwumayɛkuo so ahodoɔ no ɛde ɔhaw ɛna ɛde bɛba abɛgya ɔman Ghana so na wɔkyerɛ mu sɛ esi a no ɛyɛ adeɛ a Kowa company wɔn ne wɔn partners ahodoɔ nso abɔ mmɔden ɛhwɛ sɛ wɔn de nteteeɛ mapa bɛkɔ ɛde ama institutions ahodoɔ bɛyɛ sɛ mmiɛnsa sɛnea ɛbɛyɛ a nsanodwuma nteteeɛ ne nimdeɛ ahodoɔ a saafoɔ no nyinaa bɛhia wɔ saa institutions wɔn bɛtumi ɛde ama wɔn a Daily Graphic de ɔbɔkrataa n'anim nsɛm ɛna makenka ɛde ama mu.
Na Daily Post de ɔbɔkrataa de aba NDC amanyɔkuo atwerɛ krataa Owura Johnson esi edu nkatia national chairman ɛna ne nsa aseɛ na krataa no wɔn de copy ɛde akɔma His Excellency Nana Adodankwa Akufo-Addo Ghana mampani sɛ wɔn ti bi wɔn de bi akɔma chairman National Peace Council sɛ ɔno nso ɛngye wasan akyerɛ bi de akɔma chairperson Electoral Commission European Union Observer Team African Union Observer Team and President Catholic Bishop Council and Crime. Omudibia Koma Chairman, Christian Council of Ghana, His Excellency American Ambassador, Omudiko Embassy, United States of America, I say, Omudibia Koma British High Commissioner, Omasa Dibia Koma German Ambassador, and Omudibia Koma Netherlands for. Wɔn mu bɔ wɔn mu amaneɛ sɛ kampani Nana Adodankwa Akufo-Addo uba Ghana ha amanyɔkuo akɛseɛ mmienu NDC ne MPP na Electoral Commission na wɔyɛ referee a wɔso yɛ abatoɔ soɔ no emu nipa a wɔpa wɔn mu kɔ no MPP foɔ nko a na nipa mmienu ɛna wɔn abɔ wɔn mu din sɛ saa mpanimfoɔ mmienu kura adeɛ ɛɛtan adansi a nkɔfoɔ kura ade kyerɛ mampani sɛ saa nkɔfoɔ nyinaa yɛ MPP foɔ enti wɔnyi wɔn mu mfiri Electoral Commission yɛ a wɔte wɔn akɔgu wɔn no Hajia Tijani Dr. Apia Hene kura adeɛ deɛ bɔn wɔn tɛ sɛ MPP amanyɔkuo ne ma straight go ɛho adansi nyinaa nie enti mampani nyi wɔn mu mfiri Electoral Commission akonya no so weye kokɔbɔ a edika ebia part 2
The Chronicle do ɔbɔkrataa no ɛna mede ɛtoa so wɔ hanom ɛnra aposifoɔ barracks a mampani Nana Adodankwa Akufo-Addo obie ano no ɛno nso ɛda anim hanom no wɔn de nsɛm ato akyire sɛ sɛ te saa deɛ no na sɛ aviation city project no nso ɛno nso deɛ no na sɛ bɛbɛ mu live and calendar ɛno nso ɛda anim hanom na NDC amanyokuo no wɔn krataa wɔn de akwadan mpanifoɔ awodoɔ a saa bere wɔn de bi nso akwakɔma tetena ni ɛde Council of State yi wɔn nso ɛde nsɛm ni bi ato anim hanom ɛyɛ na otuo sereboɔ ɔno nso da anim hanom a wofira ne kente kama ɛna ɛyɛ Owura Johnson ese edu nkatia NDC tetena ni wɔn nso ɛkyerɛ mu sɛ ɛho behia sɛ ɛyɛ mpanifoɔ a wɔn da Council of State member adwa ne soɔ no wɔn ɛhwɛ saa adeɛ wei ho nsɛnkaeɛ paa de ma wɔn mo ansa ɛbato kɔmisa no wɔn abɛdwakuo no enipa mmiɛnsa kɔ retirement enti ɛdwa no mmiɛnsa aba abɛda hɔ ɛne yɛpɛ bi ahyɛ mu afei deɛ wɔn akeka kwaa enipa mmiɛnsa wɔn kɔkɔ yi wɔn deɛ mmienu mpo akyerɛ sɛ wɔn mo ɛkyerɛ sɛ a wɔn abakwasɛm wɔ npp ɛdɔɔso emu edu paa yie eti mpanimfoɔ hwɛ nyɛ saa wɔn ahwɛ yɛ na akɔma fanyɛ no anda adi ɛwɔ ɛyɛ abatɔ kɔmisa a wɔn dwumadie nsɛm a wɔn bɛdi ho ɛno no ɛyɛ nsɛm a ɛda anim hanom a the chronicle da ɔbɔ krataa no ɛbɔ ho ama.
na ɛtɛbɔ krataa yɛfrɛ ne sɛ ɛtɛli guide anim ha ɛna wɔde aba krataa fa ɛtɔ so mmiɛnsa deɛ hɔ na mekan ɛde efiri ndc amanyokuo aclare 14 constituencies greater accra in west country the parliamentary primaries ebinom betumi ato wɔn ababata bi nso wɔ hɔnom a wɔn de nsa ato so na constituencies a wɔn de nsa ato so ni bi yɛ ayawaso central ɛna amasaman afram plain south yensuano penso north afuano north tɛkyerɛ afram plain ahafuano south west osomefrɛ ho sante akyem central badubia nsia south subi ɛna afɔm saa mmeammea nyinaa no wɔn de wɔn nsa ato so nti krataa pii abɔnten yɛ general secretary Fifi Avekote ɛna ne nsa ɛhyɛ ase a epi abɔnten yɛmmea ahodoɔ no bi wɔ hɔnom a wɔn ntumi nto aba no wɔ hɔ yɛ parliamentary ɔyɛ ɔno.
Daily statement da ɔbɔ krataa no wobɛhwɛ hanom a ɛneɛ poli barracks a nnura ɔmo dan no adie no sɛ ɛdan no gyina brane ankasa ɛfɛ yie paa ayi maame baa pa ayi adwo asafo kɔka ho na ɔmo twa ahoma ni bɛhwɛ hanom ɛneɛ so wɔgye fans ne bi wɔ
Monsieur Mami Kodi Sankomo meba no mama ato aso e dia mami Ura Mustafa Gbandi Deputy General Secretary Mama Nyiko NDC yeni nkomo krata wo mudi akwa akoma Council of State Mustafa ida simu akwa baba ni TFM so anope
Eju so bi ni apenyi
na won po muti say
ni apenyi sa ote dwamu yi de nhyira nkwa ara nyame de ama yen
Edasi So bua menimetie fo anope na yenya ntiase ne ncheche mu kakra krata ya modi akwa ye Council of State butaye teach pa wo ho ene nia mo hwese bi ombe ya amamo
nya ye butaye ba ko pani ncheche mu so ba ko pe inyina electoral commission be ko atensia electoral commission say gyina mfinfin oba ko ye fawa wo motimi abɔ ho ɔmampanyin hu sɛ ɛman abana ya kwakoto no oye bibia enyi because okwadroni de oko school na wonsua ade bia copy na wo be copy 2020 ɔmampanyin bɔ modern every election this year na ban no on etonsu ya ɔmampanyin be ne sɛ obekwa appointed MPP for no one big so ama institutional emremuno SSA independent institution of the Republic of Ghana. Now that institution ejumana the Electoral Commission SSA at all material time no decisions taken by the Electoral Commission must be backed by public confidence. Because the commissioners are not taking decisions for their wives and their children. They are taking decisions that borders on the interests of Ghanaians, the democracy of Ghana, the security of this country. And you know, quite apart from the fact that the person must discharge their functions in accordance with law, due process. The set woman so many fishes say, Obi nyina bonte no akase, asamasi we, or a politician. And two, we must not set precedent to say, Aban Bia or Babano. And now I'm saying the Akufo Adwaye. Obi Etibi Kofa, NDC chairman, who are appointed as electoral commissioner. Yes, the fair of mind. It can breed the highest form of chaos. That appointment there, particularly one of the commissioners, the friend of Apia Hene. One, for a TESCON patron, MPP for sense, one association, one patron, our bono. Number two, Osanso Echo Radio, Kasama MPP, Eshe MPP Adie. Abra Omanpenyi Ebabeyi regional minister. This young man was one of the people who phone MPP for one more. If he said or no regional minister or can go for enum or choose one at the core Accra so Omanpenyi and Shebuno Iba come regional minister. Number four. Or ye an officer of MPP. On yes, I will be a Sabi Utra here, Ebia Okabibia, Ubakabua by another thing. Or ye Ubia MPP General Secretary, actual character, are appointing us as an officer of the party in the Bunu region. 2020 election. Not Sa Brantiano nor yet electing director. Emma MPP Amanyo Kuno. Ewo 2020 abato na ye call ya wo mu year mu no na wo no na te electoral commission o ye IT ho adwuma na o mampanya ni pere na wa kwakwa appoint sani pay the yemfa no ko ye electoral commission. One, how will their decision meet the threshold of public confidence? What is the assurance of impartiality? What is the assurance of bias? Our Mamagana. Now, ko appointed Mustafa Kotana, EC officer, who is a mayor Juma MPP. And the can say, Omanpenyi, I can't see na yekon. Ganda has been. You want propwa kukudama womunim dia, tabiu. Omabo womo brebia womo kasa obiepie enti hwehwe womo bi womo pe wasem. We don't have a problem. And can we to say a sankumampo and Omanpenyi appointing or electoral commission? We will not have a problem because a sankuma is not holding a position in MPP. How Brantiwe, a party name Bapa, or your MP, political party officer in Bunu region. MP, the Jumana or Babayan. MPP Jumana or Babayan, electoral commissions, and your MPP about a institution. Second mistake, the Oma Brantiwe as electoral commissioner. One, you have set a precedent to say that should be a party be a baby to me appointed the general secretary impose one electoral commissioner money because I could follow this album and I'm a Ghana phone in a thing. Now say Ghana for trust and I say NBC I appointed me as deputy general secretary now me electoral commissioner. This is the MPP policy one opinion. You can him for pastor for Akufo so because on the on TNT than Abba in Abono. But an Akufo do Kia Futua. Sabium Cane, Sabio Boquans, now buying a tonsum. Corruption, Ducrono, or Penia or 20 man called Lady Bonino, and Kabia and what. Another bread Abbey president. Usha Africa Hangina. Nanado na obia wasi against him to be a president for a long time, over 27 years. And to a bread, our experience. The Kenyan president can be the president here. There is no room for failure. Unfortunately, they say what the Adina Bayer tit for tat or pay and crofwa. Be onim so my NBB that in the past, you know, he's busy punishing people and crofwa. One man and now do Skabaye the president to Puka was say one juma. Obaye, the one yan and now do Abusi near who near Juma Yawa, Nabaim.
But you me sound some back community.
So,
me share Kratana Modebaya, General Secretary in Sasha.
Yeah.
I think it's almost about 11 main France persons and institutions na petition here. Na mimbusa because of Mampeni Kaon, National Peace Council Kahon, Electoral Commission, Nankasa European Union Observer Team, the African Union Observer, the President Catholic Bishop Conference, Christian Council, Embassy of the USA and US Embassy, British High Commission, German Embassy, Netherlands. The entity na petition we no reason
because woman no e ka hu na Ghana democracy ni peace e wo krumu ha. Woman na woman kasa e se so woman panyin epie. Na se woman timpo a ye bo woman kokose woman panyin adi bone. Wadi bone atra woman mu ha. Ye ka tra woman panyin se ebia no national security for na am briefing here. A branch na wa appointed no okuta political party appointment onye na juma yiye. Okay. Party any petition wo me ka peace council na your institution essentially ye hwe na political parties ye bibia omo mediate na omo hwe se bibia da din na ne wa ye no so omo antwe akwa na ntanya ye mpere so da e ma ne nye na juma ye beko aye bibia betimi ye bia maki so that akwa no on tra ayi president electoral commission ho nyejuma British Council ni ade ama no ne fo no womu di sika e ba say yemfanya election because they have interest in the Republic of Ghana. They want Ghana to be peaceful. They want to make sure that our democratic dispensation is growing in a very peaceful manner. The European Union observer every year, one of the people the election. Yeah, one of the election observers should report say 2020 report election was flawed. Almost can report who's there. The public confidence in the Electoral Commission continued to reduce.
Also, one can say
2020 election was flawed with a lot of irregularities.
Okay.
Almost also to us can say the public confidence in the Electoral Commission is reducing, particularly because of the mode of appointment of Electoral Commissioners. The appointment of individuals to the Electoral Commission is what is generating the reduction in public confidence in the Electoral Commission. Okay. In spite of all of this advice, you are not just appointing a mean person, but to be a Okura political party appointment, any government appointment, political party MPP appointment, election director, the one electoral commissioner. No one measure abaso, no announce Obia, when we need 2025 and 2024 election. Obia open regional minister in Wanya. No one say. About also be there no.
Mimisao, a crata and Mukronano, Council of State, ya. I said, Mode, Asemi Kodam, and a moto Ediamani omwi. Okay, again, Mwa Mukrata and Mwa Muko 2 year. Ghana Constitution, Article 72. And they said, acquire a Mauman penny, to me at the Mauman penny, now what me yin penny for be saying. Now, okay, Article 72, Honum say now. Say a cap pay. Say Oman Penny, and just to quote what the Constitution says, Article 72, the President shall, acting on the advice of the Council of State, appoint the chairman, deputy chairman, and other members of the Electoral Commission. Masem Busane said, senior ties sa pepe no mampeni di ejuma, which means Council of State na woman nim who be mampeni a consult on their advice. And na we san peni for nti omo de futu na man dada. Nti woman who inform so because since mampeni, which means okay mampeni betimi ana mu hu ni sa.
Oh, sir, Ramono. You see, one of the principles of equity is that equity protects the vigilant, not the indolent. Ubia or one sempa. No one can ask them there. Emra and Kabimano. Ebia, no one there. And I'm said, Yam for Bibia Madame, woman to know. Woman needing a spoke beer. One bit me. And they are two on my penny, Sabuku. And they are caught down almost there and penny food. One constitution, nature said to be.
And we see how we should say be on my penny and fan down, me boy.
Would that be on my penny? They are caught down, but they would have lacked either information. We also believe that if I'm supposed to reason for the president, for a normal situation, the president would have acted with limited information. Maybe I would need a branch for your MPP, political party officer. Now, all of these issues are coming out. Now, the difference is that we are not speaking against sympathizers of MPP to be appointed as electoral commissioner. Ukayame Bodin said, Senka is Ankoma Ayenim said, oh yeah, MPP ni pa, but unkura MPP party position biana. And Penny appointing someone called electoral commissioner. And now I'm so a lawyer named.
Now, what's your MPP nipa?
Is Uncle I said, you bet me and share one year. What's that studio? Maybe I'll Papa way, Ebia, Okasama MPP and not NDP. But a year so you walk out, we are MPP name.
But the cancer man said we're not being fair to a beauty park when I can't say.
And yeah, no, they can't want them.
Okay.
Yeah, they can't want them to say a branch and I friend appear in or your MPP party officer, ya appointing no. The constitution so say members of the electoral commission must not belong to any political party. They must be independent. They must not be partial. How is an MPP appointee, not government appointee, going to sit at the electoral commission and you tell me, Mustafa, say, they are 2 bana menya 5 for, ne MPP nya 4, Uncle Danino, Uncle Caste, MND to the nya 4. And these evidence are now clear. They have become public knowledge. Say, Omanpenyi has now got enough information from the opposition NDC, reminding him that the appointment now, why you know, that information may be in the own year. Yet the above one thing said the guy was an MPP director of operation in the head of IT in the Bono region.
Okay, Mesa by no so but Michelle we need you more because my boy Nibi Krama na wait on the Dr. Piahini particularly. Na major reaction, but me pesi call Mokrata no again niamoka about Hajia Salima Ahmed Tijani. Na ba kwa chichi masoka kram pesi obua na chichi mine say. Mose mami adekronti amufri say on sem fata so ba be ye electoral commission penifo ni bi ne say. Ni kun a ye fe no Sheikh TB Damba. Or ye former second national vice chairman mama MPP.
Yeah.
Oh boy. Na teacher say so ukun your party bar chinchinchi automatically usu be your party bar because minim say NDC ni awari MPP ni but MPP ni so MPP ni NDC ni so NDC ni e hon so
it's not in the equation again no. NDC ni awari MPP ni no ya tunejina NDC so MPP what to Nejina.
How?
Aye. ayi ban ne menu apanyi ban ne aware atia koto so for election we lose to
Nti Olusi because of Oware. No. So Olusi because of Oware Efiakoto.
They say MPP for Efiakoto no government. Omo you know because hey, I'm not organizer there. Here then only MPP ni bapa or ba sabio or ya gangari or MPP party mo obi enim so ba we or kan krofo tie. Na wonim NDC hun MPP hun sem no. On no beto of one pem sabio openyin bi ka asem kire me say babi abemma gimi wo no ho na natopa babi abemma atopa wo no ho na gimi wo e penyin sem enti agia no senuku efi MPP National Council meeting ba ebe fie na papa ne bra na ma media manager no dia na papa no contract awenya no the scan bi ba ma oba no be kwa tra office ade che do ko MPP adwuma. So it's not just trial like that. One more the more dangerous because you see the MPP vice chairman will reason for the electoral commission. Because in law, a husband and wife are one. In the Bible, a husband and a wife are one. A crime committed by a wife has a tendency of getting the input of a husband, but that is not the law. When it comes to matters of influence, when a husband can influence a wife, this is a clear case that Ajia Kwakotna Electoral Commission. Now Ajia then the Timu no Alaji Bamba. Into Alaji Eko Kase MPP National Council Chere Yenya secret registration our Electoral Commission. Wamu yebino. Panama menebe.
Mustafa, what's some way this particular logic, BBO? NTC, I not say, oh, NDC, I want to be MPP, new MPP, I want to be NDC.
MPP Niba. I will not. Because that year a Yawa MPP for the mere film. Aquako Bubu Fia same man. The main warrior MPP Niba.
And yes, senior candidate, not as a biological, if you could to Nichi,
MPP.
As Omuja, what yes, sir?
No, sir, Obia take a decision. Our rain a dear Boko, our ready Yokunsham. The bonfires and Yami Shladia. Manon say more be to mean sano.
Okay.
Media. Menko worry MPP Niba. Abraham ye party ni penny. Abraham ye deputy general secretary dear. Menko worry MPP ba that and sit that because for Buffy Bayad and Nimana would do ya. Ubeka won't say the Atrano. No banting about ye breed. No ban a cofa Adam. A cofa apple man no dear, said ye brainy.
Yentia way.
Man one, I want dancing young, I want them.
Okay. Yentia way, Kakra, Namin Busa be on First Deputy Speaker, Honorable Joseph for Service with him.
So, Saudi or agenta, Sabe, on to more contanoni trim. You who say, hey, dear. Okay, Cambomoa and son, and Tienza and checking for fra.
I see you are doing in a hoka by any none factor looking at the nature of the year 2024 elections, the judging from 2020 election. Some society organizations, they've had Peace Council, Christian Council now, a Cali Bishop Conference, called Day, my Eka 2024, I'm sure by tension about Dorso. It's like a bank of Mampini, the permanent for peace to prevail. Dr. Piahini, on withdraw an appointment, as the EC boss. And the Caribbean are working, NC, so we are Banimu or Crown, Nibaka or Nimnia Cosso, but send a baya pepper yo, any GD, but by electoral commission and can withdraw appointment.
Pepper GD in our police station. Pay attention to the place. Look, we are so petty.
We are petty
in many instances. Petty. Listen, Krumha, on my way. There's not a single person who is aligned left or right.
There's no single person.
There's none.
There's none.
So-called NGOs, each one
Civil
of them.
society organizations.
Yes.
Peace Council, Christian Council.
Yes.
Catholic Bishop Conference.
Yes. They each have their preferences.
I see.
Public appearance is a different matter.
Right.
And they each have their preferences. So and in fact, if you can't show them integrity is at stake.
Okay. So that's Honorable Joseph Oseusu, First Deputy Speaker, Member of Parliament for Bekwai. Now, we are talking about Dr. Pia Hene or your path for Nini D in Komobusa na semi. Wajin Chira Hussein and Hunu, ye petty dodo.
So why is there no one Yameno? That's a misfire, me fish. Papa play me tin dinner, me go in papa. So on am din or yami role modeling book. Or Babedi speaker, na me who say, and now obon samshe a calico. And next, Mrashe beg the knee, our lawyer, or Sansuya deputy speaker, Ekasa saying, it is a clear fact there, power can corrupt people. And then, you know, that's the differences between polling station work, stated in the electoral laws, and the procedure and criteria for appointing electoral commission members. That's a missing argument. And then one to me who say, these council members are not card holders in the MPP or the NDC. And then yet, so why? And to me who say, Catholic Bishops Conference has their preferences and that is all right, but they are not officials of the MPP. How do you compare an issue that has to do with an appointment of an office holder of the MPP, a political party, to relationships of other people that you associate them to organizations and further condemn that we don't have? So the fact that people say that this council compromise and one did do politicians go to more. So why? And they are better. But that is not what we are saying. Into another term, we agree that power has corrupted him because that is not the Jewish I know. No, you'll be a bunu. Ukase, sober, calmness, humility, a virtue. One of the politicians I see in this country has is Jewish. Abayiba, yeah. Said the wire corrupt no. He said, "Yame, one day you are heaven." Now, as we.
What do you mean? Person just said, why corrupt saying? You have any evidence of corruption against him? Yeah, no, I answer.
So why?
Yeah.
Corruption is different from stealing. No?
Yes, we'll see why corrupt. I'm saying any evidence of corruption.
You will only be corrupt to see a fact and twist the fact. You will only be politically corrupt to be comparing political party affiliation as an issue to political party office holders to another issues, being another issue and comparing the two as one. We are talking about a young man. He just doesn't go to sit on air to speak for the MPP. He's an officer of the party, not an elected officer, but an appointed officer of the MPP. Who is the party? No? We have elected officers who are executive members of the party. Any appointed officers as directors are appointed as director of research, director of IT, director of legal. En kaneno na me penyin kare ne mako lawyer ni na okasama MPP kakra you see how there wababeye an office holder of the MPP as director of legal enti ude gare ne mako ekoye electoral commissioner enye ye because he has proprietary interest that is well known grounded on his membership. Ukofa will be to say, Kwame Nkrumah Teketia, journalist. One appointment in the NDC and MPP. Umbo Kwame no Kasei. See a Kofa could be electoral commissioner. NDC for them to mean Kasei and sign. Because yes, you may have your own biases, which is okay, like what Joyce has said. But in this matter, we are talking about Obia, Okuta, MPP appointment, yet the signature shall see party know you as an appointee as election director in the Bunu region. Yaka Winano. MPP for a man Montia Mekase, Abrantiano, no yet elect IT director. 2020 election. Ono na the electoral commission office, regional office, ewo bonus ni yen officers NDC fo nyina e kan aba. Aw ko yi sani pa we se o ma me referee a. Ni ejina brane den. You can only have an evil motive to take some of these decisions. You can only have a motive that is preparing to rig an election to take some of these decisions. Yes, we are to rig election again. Or say the work is at polling station. Yes, we agree. The polling stations are agents are so as they cannot read and write. We are well guided. This year, who said, and ma yama for at the polling station. I won't be Amaya Kai Wamwaba. If we have to put cameras at polling stations, we will do so as part of the vigilance of the NDC. Whilst we do that, the MPP can go and import angels to come and be their polling agents. But all we are saying is that we need a referee that is neutral as much as possible.
Okay. All right.
And in this matter, the president deliberately appointed a political party office holder to compromise the institution of the state, and that is a crime.
Deliberately. Where do you know?
Deliberately. So we have and listen at the Akoda one say that Omampeni maybe the national security no na the information about one thing, and this is public knowledge. Catholic Bishops Conference are one more kasa. Civil society organizations are one more kasano. They are all human beings, they are Ghanaians, and they are concerned about the peace of this country.
All right. Mustafa, before Bekono, minim se bi awe story watia. I mean, if you check out the online portals, you see it. You see, EC insists on laying Ghana card alone for voter registration CI. Inti Dr. Shibo Kweku, Writer of Elections, no the media, no din come on what can say, I Parliament nanwa umudi CI cry home come on muni omu edin kita hoin. Woman ka say wama reject CI no. You know crano. She says any city and nya de krompo mole before Parliament in the kaka ho. And anya Parliament kind say womo enkohwe say all eligible voters ebeba like CI no o metimi capture obia ewomu. Enti won ka say bi a Ghana card no muntimi nti omo de still a wugina bebi omugina Ghana card ne pe any asensudu a bi a betimi de aye continuous registration in the kaka ho. Minim so hu ya ene ne omo ne okan senator.
My who I mean who ya no me na kwa chire kakra. Also Dr. Sriboy, Commissioner of the Electoral Commission.
The Director of Electoral Services.
Director of Electoral Commission. Number one, the Electoral Commission does not communicate its programs and policies to a commissioner granting interview. Number two, institutions of state, much as are created under the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana, their work must be in accordance with the rule of law and the principles of law. When you are exercising a discretion, that discretion must meet the threshold of due process. That discretion must meet the threshold of the guidance of the Constitution and Article 296, such that the exercise of your power must be in good faith. That bill diaba. That bill no is a clear breach of fundamental human rights under the same article that creates the Electoral Commission. say obi a wadi 18 years bia no electoral commission said yes say omu register nipa no no nkotom aba. In the last 3 years, the electoral commission has failed to register these people like a friend of continuous registration. That's every day piano. Ghana mean Pia what the 18 years can go and register and be a card holder to be able to vote. First of all, they have failed on that mandate. Number 2, Emremuno HSE, public service of which acquisition of voter register is a public service rendered by a public institution as the Electoral Commission to Ghanaians. Must have reasonable and just access, must be accessible by Ghanaians. The Ghana phone to me Electoral Commission. Pulling a registration centers abubabe creatino. Every district piano. Mube register nipano ewo district office. Ghana haya yenya ye kwan na obi a wakwakoto na aba obetwa be 20 kilometers no aba beto aba oba be register ni din oba na wanya ba bia na nti cost na ebeba no hwan na betua ne ka eno nkoda nchen national identification card ya nyina ya kai se ya finish ya mpanya a medium of registration ni amfan to aba na national identification no yes Ghana ni bia national identification. Every Ghanaian, every citizen of Ghana who have attained 18 must have a Ghana card. Ni yankwala na afena omu yes man. We haven't registered all Ghanaians. Usi yankofa eno na ntwaba, no problem. See, I know say guarantor system yencham na se wonni Ghana card na ma won register ntwaba. The legal dilemma is that obi a wonni Ghana card no is that person rendered a foreigner. Obi a for no reason the Uber court district offices na say machine a break it down laminators in ho internet in yejuma you knew say the National Identification Authority owes its financiers up to about $100 million and over. Woman stealing millions of cards that one mom printed. When you actually know, who's the Ghana near on your card no? Maya mano and register of a twaba. We call that an exercise deliberately to disenfranchise Ghanaians. It's a breach of the Constitution. It's a breach of the fundamental human right of a Ghanaian to go and vote. When we are talking about law, now what did you mean better radio him? I will say, oh dear, Parliament are a shemrano, and a situation that both sides of the house must be a minority. Happening say, Adiana Mudiabano in Chamram. Enyamra kwanso munkona munkokri na munfamfamra no wo se wama kire wama dwen. That is the impudence and the poor exercise of discretion by public officers. We must begin to hold public officers responsible in their conduct and win their excesses that they carry from home into their offices. So we be our constable bi na no mun say wi a no aba be ka dia ope ni aka so electoral commissioner. These are elements who have the tendency to destroy the democracy of this country. They are a walking chaos and disaster. I don't take such a person seriously. So if he said, let him continue and let's see.
Okay, all right. Mr. Fa, that's Yana Pena Show.
Mr.
Bandi, the Deputy General Secretary for the National Democratic Congress, and pay 100.9. Ghana Montie Suno Asio Goya Kasma Be Dubako na Donkno Abano Pay, Yejimedi and Komo Ahodo, and I share variety. Interviews so ye the room kakranka na ye GB de bon krata so no nsemo edi akoten on various news online portals na de no so e de pay mo so
Ghana muntie na mansanya so adawro kofiaman homene so ejiji tonton sansan e wo neat 100.9 FM
Kuno ya owia no hoboko ebie puno no sa no ya odi kwatututu neat FM
no kra ama ayi dia na busu amitwa wa no yi
ana mi guso me the daily statement da obokrata no na me kenkan animu nsem
okay almost say
na daily statement anim hanom say ndra police barracks no a omko bie ano no na me ka say yi eno ba apa ye nkama ebra me ya me pe na me ba me na hye bedwam ayi adwasafo no waka ho ka ehumanim kama jano anyu
no onka se menka na asem wonka se menka na asem jano anyu no
na me de no ba apa di ka
na me se wo se onka ma asem onka se menka no de bia na asem kan mu kan Ghana for kan
adwa ya nkama
no so no mo na asem kan mu kan we
ni tiri mu ya ne de papa na me de no ba
wo so de
ene ma mfa no nto nche na ende kura ma adwuma
minti okoso
daily statement dey work out on anim kro no ano ena Dr. Anthony Insiasare a ono ye presidential advisor on health say ekwo mampani atena kase mu a ono netu mampani fo eba no apomuden nsem a o kire mu say mampani na ado danko akufo ado wokan ye no waye waka say covid-19 no ebe bom modern a kire won mu nimdie ama wo sebi nyansa pa ama wo matimi asu anamo ahunu kwan wo mangasa wo befa so no my Ghana ha no yangase ye beye vaccines an wokan waye ebia na wo mu etu anamon e de afa ho no enti we no eye kwan a kire se mampani na ado danko akufo ado covid-19 no hantansa e de babedan wiase nyina no won de wafa akwanya abode ato wo no de ama no so en wo hwe se obetimi enya bibi papa bi de afri mu e de ama omicron Ghana na ba ku bie mu so e da wo sisi ano eye ensantropho da rubo a wo mo bo wo mo ensantropho adwuma yekuo eye kasamfoni ene kasafidie ni nyina so radio stations ene TV stations ni nyina no akwa ya amanyosem we no state of Ghanaian media report a enu ye 2023 dia wo mo edan no adi eti wo kire mu sese ya nhwe ho nsenka ye yie pa wanhwe yi a daache ade a ede wo ha pa eba beja o my Ghana ye kabi maminka bi amemusu a eno no daily statement da obokrata no animu ensem na the new crusading guide da obokrata no animu no dan kro ya no eno so wo mo ka ho asem e wa hanom na onwonyamfo alankwadwo chiamanten so ene ye wo bo anagoko pie mu wo chief imam ne na ase pe Muslim community no emuo na wode ne ho akwa kire agi papa yi nsam nhyira wo kire mu se wo hwe nani mu ten asisi an wo hwe se obetimi akwakotu frank ade ama amanyokuo NPP edi no si anyinfo emmo modene na won mo emma ne saa tumi no se ne be ya wodi nkunimdie no ebebre NPP amanyokuo no ewo emfie mpene ne aduonu enan mu ebra ye de oman mu ni nyina abato no ebe hyehye so a eno so eye ensem a eda the new crusading guide da obokrata no anim na mamendo esuko enko eye ensem ni mu kakra amedo esuko e de akọ ensem ni mu ana mede eye daily statement da obokrata no a ena mede ehye ensem no ade anase esuko e de akomu wo behwe eye krata no mamini de mamfa chronicle the chronicle do obokrata no eba na chronicle do obokrata no eye krata fa etoso mienu honom no na NDC amanyokuo wo mo krata wo mo etwero ye de koma eye nana otio serebo dwabenhene chairman edema council of state a wodi bi kurampo amemema empanifo enkaye no nia efa eye mpanifo sisi yi asisi ya electoral commission enam se emu miensa wonom akọ eye retirement ntie no konwa no miensa no abeda mpan nti no wo mo de enipa miensa bi akwakosi adwa no so a wo kirem so omokonka abadwako no ho no mo ntimemwa ma abato commission no mudwumadie nsem no entimi enwie paye no omokrata bi a omode akwakoda mpanifo no wo mo kire se enipa mienu a abakwasi kra ne eye owura yi edi hu nkomo krampo no na oje se mienu no omudi akotiri ye papa e wa NPP amanyokuo mu What do you want to have Macabima Minkabia Memo? Any about to come, no Mujumedian Sam and Goye, and Timia Nubia, and Noya Salima Ahmed, Tijani, and after Dr. Peter, Apia Hene, one more and shot one more, man penny, say what you almost one more can be your corn, one shot one Mujumedian Sam Yepa, and after kind of some work a kahon. From Edia Cotino, a manual NPP Muono, and shut that and conquer bois about to come, Miss Andy Jumedi, one share ya, Emma. Fine your Emma free and fair and that uncle so about to come in. It seems in our more to tell the ascent penny for say one more and share man penny appointment in Yasa Emwa Kabia.
All right, Gabriel Kumi, Vice Chairman, LPG Marketers Association or Marketing Companies Association. Now, I no pay for any much in Sambia. One more about LPG. Na Yanyin Chichimu, Osa and Kumui. Rock me that's more about Nita FM so.
Yeah, kwesi.
Empomu.
I wanna more design.
Radio Adar my Gusunka Crankra.
That's all Kasa Team Kakra. And when you're
here. Nina come bende.
Okay.
Chronicle will be kind. Me da say. Na so niamo ka pa na no pay pese agin mu LPG Marketers Association masam ya mokan most taxes no doso.
Kwesi amta asem we de me kra amta me no di hom komo. Me no I deal with the Saturday ya wa.
Yeah.
For the past 5 years then ya extra buying said. Enka enam buying ani swadi huna is seen any so no. Enka won share no ni taxes no free LPG. The be the price no the bafom. Nama yen Ghana for ya sabi ibin yen sem kese no yetimi atobi near their use to na consumption na kosoro na buying any swadi hono in 2030 no yetimi achieve. Na ya bo abaya for the past 5 years. Then the taxes minimum yetibi mum na yeka home year by year. Any asha na yesi debi. Because the embassy a big case, be a study, I buy that and it's what I did not see any son. I want paper so because you can't see it. Think I would this and it's what I did not very important. Because he says, petroleum products need LPG in one a month and in the cabinet. Because the decision way the target was set by cabinet. Maybe a ministry, another MP, and it's not on way set target. No, your monthly cabinet, or monthly chair, or Tigam, and almost set a target. No, say, hey, Ghana for a percent by the year 2030. A chair Ghana for me, 50%. 50%, it may use gas, LPG, and then what you know at least. We almost set a target in 2019. At that time, Ghana for 25%. In the use of LPG. And I must say more percent the next 10 years by the year 2030 now. Ghana move 50% in use of LPG. I think I want to say Nanga Nema we steps there will take you know. Nanga what take those steps not to be able to achieve those objectives. But they want to say I buy a kuchia on one objective of this next. Because in the 99% of people who are not using LPG in Ghana, the only reason they can attribute to they not using Ghana for binum in use gas and say or muntiminto. Nibona ye ding your muntiminto. If say, well, says I deal with a born I ding in Ghana for intimate use a gas, no matter what achieve objective in 2030. Yeah, that's how we are. Who taking measures now dealing with that high price? But you see, say LPG, but pay 13 kilos, 13 cedis per kilo. A transfer for average 14.5 kg. No. You bench 250, 260 Ghana cedis to feel it. Because Ghana for yes, and Yakatia is saying 700, 800 cedis, 1,000 Ghana, even if it's 1,000 cedis, because ordinary Ghanaian, the 1,000 crowd, open say, nothing, and LPG 250. Open na ketria no only 25%. Koto LPG nkwa. LPG nkwa 25% of my salary. How can that work? I know me ya kisra ba ya ka because na uko could ya almost subsidize the LPG by 25%. Nka 14k nka LPG no senka bottle no coffee 100 cedis a buying my 25 cedis. Montia 75 cedis.
But sa nyama nyina ni nyama okay na dia na so okay because say nyaka de na kwa say abana ye tintin kakra this say wo mu ni figures because nia mo kan say empo no nipa dodo a mo use LPG gas ye so ate 2021 about 12% ya mo che say tia na so 80 e kofo mu nti wo mu ni sa figures ni nyina nkuntabu we nyina aban ni
if you go to even MPA and Kasa website, these figures you see them there. You see clearly that between 2021 and 2022, LPG consumption has dropped by 12%, between 12 and 13%. And figures we are picking from the first quarter of this year is even worse. And how are we going to achieve that target? And the target, you know, and I'm paying for almost a chain of qua. Almost be brigand of when it's okay. Because you can't set such a target and the measures that you need to take to ensure that you achieve your own target, you are not tackling it. I do want to LPG sector because you employ 7,000 direct labor. 7,000 Ghanaians, and LPG is one of the industries that has 100% local content in terms of participation. Foreign LPG, 42 LPG marketing companies are all Ghana. They are all Ghanaians. They say, Kalewale ni Braya ya chekura, any anu Chinese, we are more Jaffa. Uko usu, Kalewale ni Bayre. This is one of the few local industries. Why can't we protect it? India, we have to protect the local industry. The local businessman must be encouraged to. How are you encouraging the LPG sector to grow? When consumption is dipping, when consumption has dropped by 12%, and it continues to drop. You say, yes, you are a Wogana, you are safer. And we are a woman in a Charlie CBD and the BHA. When the last tree dies, the last man dies. So what are we doing to ourselves? Why can't we single out that product called LPG, remove all these taxes on it, if possible, even subsidize for our rural folks? But we are collapsing the LPG sector. 7,000. Most of the 42 companies, most of them are considering sucking workers because you can't have the sales to sustain that number of labor force. Sales is going down. This is a pure sales business. Okay, so once your sales is going down, then your business is going down. Unemployment is going to be on the rise. Yeah, they say they have come to conclusion. Says our targets, no, our 2030 targets, no. We don't mean it. I'm sorry, but we don't mean it because we are not taking the necessary measures to ensure that. What do you do? The flight now they won't go to ticket. The car now they won't pay for a bimum. Now, once I take a no one sequence. So you take the necessary measure to get to Kumasi. Now, unka se Kumasi now for any share a Friday. The LPG sector is the only product that can save our environment. They say a forest. Ghana's forest, you talk to the forestry people, the experts in those areas. Ghana's forest is the fastest depleting in West Africa. The fastest depleting in West Africa is Ghana. Our forest cover. About 2 minutes ago, I made Tamale. But see, me started my car from Kumasi 6 a.m. You could do Tamale 12 noon. But the time I do Tamale, the number counted 53 trucks that Oma Lodu BDA. Oma Lodu BDA, the free north, Bakumasi Nenkai. Let me say, 53 within the period of 6 hours. I counted 53 trucks. We are destroying our environment. Galamsey has taken half. Instead of us to use LP, let's ask ourselves why did the cabinet, the president and his cabinet set that target to increase consumption of LP?
Okay, all right. That's Gabi Kumi, vice chairperson, my LPG Marketing Companies Association. And I need 100 points in Ghana, Montier, soon as you go now. Okay, Kwabrama for ne, Akuma Befi, that's what I say, yeah, twasso in 70 or the Bonkrata and Muna, Mufempian court, na Menya Minyam Quine show, and pay. Into it.
Yo, and you're not made a chronicle dog crata, no, a year crata fan at also, and so hot no na made it to us or not. This year, no, a Ghana. Ace Commission, one more share any muse one bet me abua now my Ghana. And to see and room fear penny areas na 2030 dear. Natural say HIV AIDS ya dear near to me to us here cry. No and not one more actually must see and Yamia do woman yan so as no a free United States President's emergency plan ho. I no no AIDS relief umtranity our pefa and have a global fund and a year UN aid. One more abo modern a day a year sikaboti and near 45.2 million US dollars at the airboa. Na Ghana so be here say this car no ye $86 million. Ebeka ho. Send ebe ya and so ade hunu see ebetimi atu HIV AIDS ade no ase ento ase yendum fie benene aduonu aduasa 2030 no. Na say etimi abamu no. E na Dr. Chematu ahene a ono ye Director General de Ghana AIDS Commission. Watch mu say so my Ghana empo no ekwaba ne se mpanifo bi etimi ayenso asene e de boa wasa akwan ne so ne ye anya saa sika no aka no a ene ye $86 million no amfa anka ho a wa hwe ni so ade nu se o my Ghana ye pese yetimi editu yade no ase ento ase yendu 2030 no de enya ade a ebetimi abamu nti kwoto de ase mpanifo se won mo entu anamo no se saa sika no ye betimi ama yensa aka na ye de aboa HIV AIDS no ekon ni nyina e wo o my konkon Ghana
na te bokrata ya friend say teleguide e dia bakrata fa to so meyansa and what I say and this amanyo ko krata e de koma IGP se betumi ankantempa emra sebetani a wetira ma de se wa beti osaye minister agriculture ononyamfo brana tampon enka IGP nkote no esansa waka asem bi a ebra MPP amanyo ko omubo dadata woko na asem no awokan no etiamra na no na Inspector General Police IGP etrese asem no a ononyamfo brana tampon kaye no anya criminal offense ebia eya ade a ehu a se yankwankwachi no da wo compare NDC amanyoko omo swame youth organizer na asem a wokaye no a eno say IGP say asem no patently a criminal and breach the laws of public enti no omo kwachi no na asem no ne fa bi na eye criminal and a being so etieti amra enti sa wo de ne de no ade toto onyonyamfo brana tampo de no a different thing altogether kura men baby ya nti wo mu kwache owura brana tampo a enye yi esanse na asam na wokan no nya criminal offense the same as Kanema Penny Tontamani Mahama ono so kwache no a enye yi onka asem bia etieti amra na se wo setakra wo jem se ofo nkokonto kwanti yetira we so akoche sampanimfo no a enye yi
ene na mede eye daily graphic mu ensam de eye kase pa no a eda okunu nanim ɛna wɔhyerɛ mu sɛ si ano ɛyɛ ɛyi nsɛntwerɛfoɔ wɔn mo ɛma ne bɔ ahodoɔ no nyinaa no ayɛ na akɔ gyina ɛyɛ political ate sɛ amanyɔsɛm sɛ mpanimfoɔ anhwɛ ammam na wɔn mo antu ɛyɛ nsɛntwerɛfoɔ wɔanhwɛ yi a nkɔnkɔboa koraa wei no ɛyɛ den de ma Department of Communication ɛwɔ University of Ghana Professor Audrey Gajepo wɔn na de saa nsɛm wei nyinaa no ɛtu dwa na wei no ɛyɛ bere a wɔn de finance bi a wɔn mo ɛde ɛyɛ nhwehwɛmu a wɔn nsɛntwerɛfoɔ adwumayɛkuo mu wɔn hwɛ sɛ ɛde aba ade paa ne dawuruba a yɛ anan nsɛntwerɛfoɔ wɔn taa ɛbɔ ho dawuro ɛwɔ wɔn TV stations ne radio stations ɛno no wɔn ɛkyerɛ mu sɛ wɔn ne Media Foundation for West Africa ɛna afei nso ɛkuo ahodoɔ US Embassy ɛna ɛyɛ College of Education ɛwɔ University of Ghana wɔn nyinaa ka wɔn ntoma pam ano na wɔn yɛ sɛ wɔn yɛ nhwehwɛmu de afa ho nti findings ne ba bɛtɔ odwa no na kyerɛ sɛ wɔn ɛda no adie na akɔakɔ yɛ bi te sɛ nsɛntwerɛfoɔ bi anamanebɔ no da bia politics amanyɔsɛm nko na akɔyɛ bi te sɛ ate sɛ nsɛntwerɛfoɔ no yɛtua a yɛnhyɛ dɛn tua wɔn ka yie anaa sɛ political parties no mpanimfoɔ no ɛne wɔn hyɛ wɔn mfunu mu anaa wɔn bɔhyɛ wɔn ntia wɔn ma akɔmmasika ɛna afei kyerɛ sɛ nneɛma ahodoɔ wɔn yɛ de ma wɔn nti na ayɛ anaa akɔyɛ bi saa anaa na sɛ ɛno nso sɛ akɔba ne saa adeɛ a ɛnea na wɔanhwɛ yie a ɛnhyɛ da mmoa ɛma yɛ kebimam amamuo no ɛnhyɛ da ɛnwie pɛ yie nti nyinaa no wɔn ɛhwɛ sɛ wɔn bɛma mpanimfoɔ abam na nkɔmɔ tu nsɛntwerɛfoɔ kakra na wɔn mo ahwɛ wɔn dawurubɔ ɛyie anya sɛ ɛbɛwie akyire no wɔanhwɛ yie a ɛbɛto.
All right. I mean, can't comment kakra na me samra na yemewie de bonkrata no one here from Teo Finland also it's very sad that a state institution finds it so comfortable to say out loud that an informative media platform should be taken off national broadcast. Now, at the same time, 99% of existing channels are either brainwashing people with a Bible of for their money or spreading misinformation for NPP. Why don't you want Ghanaians to get the right information? Hey, Edifi Finland, no, we a buy, yeah. Citizen Francis, NPP Facebook caucus says President Akufo-Addo acknowledges that times are rough. We are all affected, but the good news is there is a plan and program to help resolve this. These two shall pass. Citizen Francis, we buy. President Akufo-Addo, so upon borrowing over 400 billion, police barracks is the only thing that you can show for. After promising heaven on earth to all right. That's bloody if you come out Zongo Takrade and no dear no buy. You see, Dr. Bamia should fix the broken economy. How much is exchange rate? How much is a liter of petrol? How much is the dollar? The dollar to the CD. We're going to the IMF. If indeed MPP have good policies, Dr. Bamia, you are in power. Should fix the broken economy. That's a baby black man, Tema West, and or the fee and or the buy. Nothing but the truth. Glory be to God that the MPP government is in power. Before this global crisis affected the whole world, tell Ghanaians that the MPP is better than the NDC. Or Paris to whom? Point to know. There are 504 newly constructed housing units for the Ghana Police. Well, it is 322. That's Kwame ABOAGYE, Cape Coast. Now, the units built for the police in Kwabenya, Accra, which was commissioned yesterday by Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, the president, an indication that Ghana is working again. That's Kwame ABOAGYE, Odifi Cape Coast. No buy. Did not ashamed that after 65 years of independence tour, that's the oil refinery as national strategic asset cannot be revamped. Our leaders are very wicked and selfish. Anna Fernanda Ku and Odi we buy. Ghana will only reach an optimal population if only current political administration live within an estimated budget and bring out strategic economic policies that will open up creation of job opportunities in the system. That's Aaron Babako Kokobisa, Latabio Koshi, and Odiwefi and odi no buy. Now KK and so Eddie Free American Town Kinky House or say we told you so. So long as Ghana is in the hands of President Nado, Ghana will work again. That's KK Kaswa and Eddie Free. Need 100 points na Ghana Montie suno asio gwe. Mami kwa mano so na yeni Bernardo Wusu chairman General Transport Petroleum and Chemical Workers Union. And pay to and como any picketing illegal strike and insensem one boy. Bernardo that's more kwa baba ni TFM so pay.
Yeah, when you did
And what to say?
Uncle Pond the Empire.
So we can adwuma sa ni akin kan ni atini bi kire se MC adwumafo a omo to so omo co strike any ne ka ho dean na betimi akan de aboas the chairman ma General Transport Petroleum and Chemical Workers Union.
The big kind which what it for the American United States like a managing director of store at the bar Montenu a area like I said Ejima 49 and district letter and the American said we cannot be that Obiat name and Obiat I casa bonus and say ecosystem or no managing director no the lifespan 4 years of course friends say 4 and now I said 8 years or 4 and young person you will be at 60 years 30 or 4 it is a baby cost our talk that's a year I said to buy a 4-year-old point and change the scope and the track and you form the number the CC. It is a multi press conference. Now the air can say, my oil refinement man, the group I am here. One day, ever sorry, ever cut it refining at the scraps. And don't I have your person, your member, the year is our press conference. The kind, you can say, the member of picketing or flat house and you, the member, run about and interchanges and war away to Accra. Yes, what's or how it was for already the 2 hours picketed that. And then you have picketed. But I'm the of I don't know it. And now 1 year, on my penny, a man, the head of the oil refinery. If I need anything, what you do over Emma, it's not
okay. Now, Usi, Ejumafo no, one fa letter na managing director atro no mfa nyehwe. But managing director letter no mu okan a wo twi mu adwen aba asem bi so se ye wo mra e wo man mu hanom se mra na de ade. Na moye Ejumafo de Labor Act no, mra no that's Labor Act 2003 Act 651. Se mo mamu ni ko ho pa. E na wo ka bibi se wo hwe Labor Act na section 159. Now, can be about notice of intention. Enti, Miami Busane said, Sa Semia, managing director, na Kratane Kano, and not to saying, a dear, my bumping for mania, more intention, and more person, are they aware because since I walk on once, now it suggests a be a more bumping for mania and a more multi secrum. Sanity.
Yeah, the Caribbean did the order. Any union now, yeah, you pay a piano, the prayer. Before I obey a idea, will you saw letter at the command? 3 days, your son and son can let them. And I have press conference and of framing. There, I said that the son can let them. Because now we have to light. And well, the man find what the chop light. And you know, now.
Ada Omunja electricity bill.
That's a clean company, and I mean, the company. Light bill, you want to be that. Pension, Obico pension, you can charge the pension fund. For your friends, a program father, or to my I have every salary, but that's what every 2 years, every 3 years, you have a man. That's kind of much. Let's, I was here to my opera and also the future. And it's all, na to go a yɛgyina responsibility na kwame nkrumah or the chairman ni ya tonto bia to tie kuma ya mo ho ban na se to amodwuma e fa so do bebre e ma o man no the forest are here chesi a that dia ya kopre what we call $3 billion e wa banoni the can to e ya tuma Mexico we nyina e mo man ma then ko e ko Mexico we ti a so kuma ya nyina ya ni e ko refinery the say I need it for other basic refinery e wo Ghana the business and what they have the papa maintain this amount for the food for program so about this about to make ya kuno about to make ya kuno and to what they have strength they didn't go to check they perform they company for shall say it's strong more money
na ayi o kan abajuma bia egunu yi ene ase adwumafu nso mu aso mu ka ho because ena no pay say story back wa ye kan e factor ho the energy minister assembly award can say a year $2.5 million worth of condensate unaccounted for yentimi mu hu akonta te say sa condensate no ayra every to na ekobani say na say sa assembly minister kan die na say mu aso mu ka ho na mu gu no sa $2.5 million of condensate then amusumu nim fa adwumafo
India kakra mechanism me da se energy minister ekini epire na no account bisa say bisa akoso and your managing director the board of when you hear down because the farm atiamoka ape ama like process ama watchman ama cleaners we make sure say we put it at KPI I bet there are checks and balances I bet making sure say yeah that was to come to that's it and then the price is $2.5 million worth of petroleum products and the managing director should bow down his head and what you for the board but make a chat was you may need be in the BBC the union will not share any worker people because can't mean generalize and say that you might have fully any your best out. It depends on our door. I won't make it a door. We should read that person out.
Enti CCI ni openi again or kano and say mo amobeye sa de we nyina no mo ebu mra so mo yese mo piketi mo yese mo ye strike e illegal o ti amra
then you go see labor act now society it is like they are going to negotiate they are going to negotiation and then ya from bra konsuba ya ko ye we notify you we are not kasa we didn't have meetings we've gone through all the process. And, with us as a national union, we've done nothing wrong, and what we are doing, we are not going to relent. We will make sure that until the Jamal refining comes to this glory, and trust it. And it's only said that the science and same way by which I am there. I want to imagine that. Now, that's why they address the press once again about the 2.5 million worth of fuel now.
Mobile address.
Okay,
all right. More address I don't want you baby or why.
Oh, Kwesi, what the buy it's one my the area correct records are home. That's what we said. Why are they not dealing with us? I'm trying to challenge the management of the board. So people are failing. Our Muslims are in the city. The law should take its course.
I don't know. Yet meet $2.5 million worth of. Near so near we are sad we near ya near see the Jumani go Jumani. We are near near go Jumi.
But Minia, I don't see a fear men sound good. And now, when you contaminated product, we did talk about contaminated products about us. There's a turnaround story of us today. So it's all about leadership. We need a leader that can put his foot on the ground and make sure that the right thing is done. Obi did not get a job. Or by at the end of the job, you cannot account for it. You can't blame the workers alone. There's a leader, and that leader should be held responsible.
Yes, but before I do leaders, because Ejumaifono, yes, my name is I'm saying on behalf of AB Ejumaifono. Yes, sir. Say no soon you.
Just say you. Makase, and ya de pa, the obey to over in a Pesimanica City. One of the oil companies. I am a cashier and said, but I made to be here until I retire in free century. And you can make a overcrown. What I say, open so open no shortcut. Open so get you now on the recompense. And decide if we need to read them out.
All right. Yeah, that's it. Me, I saw you be doing be account Bernard. I mean, Shapa. All right. That's Bernard Osu now taking Kano, chairman, my General Transport Petroleum and Chemical Workers Union on the pay. Need 100.9 Ghana Montie Suno Asiogwe. Na studio no say Bismarck or say ako first vice chairperson for MPP or Boasi East constituency. But trans Seth Hammond and so the communication team member of the PPP Amanyo Kono and so trans studio no han me yeba be din komo. Your discussion segment no edusu menim penifui ye be sha se ne adwo madwin che won sema hodo atodua madwin che ne bi so e wo ye WhatsApp line no so minkin kan bi emfama tiefo na yenko nim. Congratulations to His Excellency Nanado Danko Ekufuado for the 322 housing units to the police service. That's Comens and Pillar 2 and no the free no the bar. Yeah, one here undoubtedly NPP's commitment to providing decent accommodation and other facilities for our security personnel is superb. But anyway, bravo to President Nanado for commissioning the newly built police barracks. That's one here. Misko Spelele Kaswa Republic, the fee and no ebaye. And about me, NPP administration have destroyed all the good economic indicators. JDM led for the MPP. Instead of fixing it, Vice President Bamia is rather asking the opposition questions. NPP administration to name one economic indicator that they have done better in terms of inflation, exchange rate, etc. That's Alai Baba, Edifi Madina, and Odi Abremi. Esther Gatti says, this happened to me. So some time ago, where a doctor prescribed wrong medication for my son. Thanks to God, the doctor himself came at dawn and changed it for him. All right. We're talking about wrong medications and all that. Need 100.9 Ghana Montie Sunye Mebo.
Kuno ya owia no hoboko ebie puno no sa no ya odi kwatututu Neat FM.
Utie oha extra punk no. Neat FM.
Hey, catch it. Listen in here. And you ma beto to dia me baba no ho ade no. Hwem so betumi a. Hey, now beka. Ya John to mami ensa duku portmanteau. This way chocolate drink. Na kan wo hwe afi bia so beri ni waware ne a. This way chocolate drink. Na kan sia. Asew. Udan klanu tumu ho. Me be mo anu nso hye kura de aka ho. Wo hwe de wapi ho. O ka sa batete. Eda fom ho. This way chocolate drink.
Crash up a baba worry. Ye fear said this way chocolate drink, ya sorry, no pan on yenum. Ye bishop free genome no snack. Ye nya ho ho anu ye de serve wo mo. Ye did we a pebibia bogu ya de so a. This way chocolate drink in yenum. And this one what ya no a. He se kire wom, koko wom, prick wom, bibia wom, ade wo hia ni so se.
This way chocolate drink.
De wo hia ani so se.
FDA ahwe se adwede nkratoe mo agya tum se eye.
What's cool, fresh and trendy with a new look?
makes you feel real good. That refreshing vibe satisfies you right just the way you like. Do you know? Do you know? Do you know? Ain't gotta do it alone. Specialized makes you flow. Anytime, anywhere. Specialized feel different. Always think Special Ice Natural Mineral Water. Feel different. Think special. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
Woodie Oha Exi Ponkno. Needs FM.
At the Roko Fiaman Woman so Ejiji Tonton Sansan, ewo NEET 100.9 FM.
I mean, right now, me, I'm paying for so at Senior Kwaba studio. No, I'm saying Bismarck was say, I call we are first vice chair, Obuasi East constituency. Bismarck, Akwaba. What's it for? What is it?
Oh, what's it for?
Good so. Nice. Nice one. Seth Hammond of PPP Amanyukon. Seth Akwaba.
I'm a Joe Sonia.
Near Mamwe.
Yamina Dom, one way mobile, yet in common. Uncle Tuna.
Okay. Yanshi and Common say, I had him say now. The Bonkrata and Dodona and Command Messi dinner account was Ofa a year the new crusading guide or say government tackling housing deficit challenges, Kufuado. And Ofa a year daily guide or say Nana commissions new police barracks. Then let me see this one. The Ghanaian Times or say improving police welfare. President inaugurate 322 housing unit, provide accommodation and modern facilities for personnel. The Daily Statesman, new modern barracks for police. And I offer a year the Chronicle, the Bokrata, and Aviation City. Aviation City project is a done deal as new police barracks is constructed at Kwabenya. So, Mr. McKinshaw, if you swear, Omampeni, Abai, Adanya make us say the Diama police for security services. Uncomo.
That's it.
As you say, to suffer.
Macha eti. Fine, so dear, na me de check a say. President. Former boss. Numbina, Yehuna na pay. The address. Share and yeah, and this is not the first time. I buy 20 share and yeah, Biomodiomuti. Share you mediomudi. Modern more mobile, and Yanamu to say Ghana for Benyasum gay and kind. Ama Bambon so conkind na at the development to a con. I say, Bambo niwa, Impunto Uncoso, Impunto niwa, Bambo security in some so echo form. Nti eseni mi enu nyina ekọ pepe. Nti aban bo no humodi se ye be ma development akọ security in some agina ye na ye hwe police phones. Ban ne to na mon bebre ye dey addresses the police. No bi na ye hu a eno a ye omam twa ahomem ye hanu this housing police in pay. It me share idea F any idea any so send me din can say this is not the first buy from 27 various housing projects and I yeah the beboa ama it yeah police service and armed forces immigration prisons anyway then you know buy two sana more or say or san retuli this services we mu nyina eno na betimi amomumu ayedu mo ma ho den mo adwuma no a mo ye netimi akonkan did you say police officer e o baby o benya asum e beda ne ho no aya rebi ana how be say you assigning it to specific duty say onkonko ba amanfo did so be na kuma en ye bebo omanpanyin abaso ne aban abaso pa omo uhwe ye ba power to any uhwe even equipment ana this service ni na ya de wo from uhwe vehicles as at January 2017 they take power na police e wo 492 service abo ena me no ka say aban modern mo enam yewura na na do dan kwakufu ado yewura ba omia so etimi procure vehicles over 1,000 and ediama a police ni nyina ye say ye retuli a police no metimi agina omunan so na omotimi akọ omaye visible e wo grounds ama bibi koso wo mpotem bia ebi ana first nka police entimi nko a esan say ye retuli omunti be mo omotimi akọ wohwe motorbikes a aban ediama oma for thousands wohwe ya san procure helicopters asan de amomo ni nyina ya ban modern bo a obo ebetimi ma police service mi ejina ne nice several gadgets a bo mo mudwumadi koso aban yi baaye ne homodin put in place ama enne eye enika aye ade a police fo nyina wuti omkomo ene omkasa didi ese omoni aso modern mo we na aban no na mekan no enye Ghana police service nko wohwe na nsen be 2-3 months ago wohwe army headquarters ye kopa edan bi ho ntoma wohwe equipment aban ede amoma ni nyina ye aban initiative say ye retooling ye resources these state security agencies na no na beboa ama ye security nsem both internal and external ni nyina timi na boa ma development so me bo aban abosopa wana mompa ye
Medasi Bismarck Maminko said the tsunami to yourself accommodation for security services Ghana Police Service and no near ya pa ho to mama panyi da na di minti wa dwenche
yo menu akwa Medasi next anope mechia PPP buso nyina mechia general secretary went to me amba abesi na name mechia Mante ne other mechia Ghana fona mechia menu ofri oboase how say or the gold me be aba enti ewia em say e beji e ansana akọ well omampenyi a commission 504 unit blocks of Ghana Police Service or kwabenya eboa e twa say ye mbona baso but media ni say the praises shouldn't go to the president alone because sebi enye president ko to come sika no this year e Ghana for sika e taxpayers na odi ye enti e twa say yembo Ghana for nyina abaso because mini osika na e this year enti sewaya ye danase na menua no e raise points be which I wanted us to elaborate on. Yes, aban bia oba or making sure say or mad the police service and the security service no or making sure say they are well equipped. Under former President Rawlings, I think he did some. Former President Kufuor did some. Former President Atamios, immediate past president John Mahama, and a current president Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. Omu nyina omu ayebi. Every government, every political party that assumes the seat of power, make sure say they equip the security services. Obiaba or say and abandada no antumi equipi the security services. Eba no and ayababe say vehicles ni accoutrements. It is the mandate of the government to do it. And also mu ya mo from mo safoyini naga miseta mitie naga mina minkoye. Omo bo Ghana for who buy. And the MPP shouldn't sing those praises. That every government has done it. And I okay, baby, yes. And I agree with him, say, when the security services have a very good place to sleep, it brings peace and stability to the country. I hope you agree with me. Because Obia said, wouldn't baby da. You do things that is not warranted to do. Until when they get omunya baby da, I think say it will bring peace and stability. Ombeko omedumaso ye aye. Until this housing project, no, I'll give the government a thumbs up. But when you should be, and then yeah, singing praise for Kwabinya. What has happened to the other security? He said, go to Accra Central. What is the government doing about it? And now Accra Central Police Barracks. Konakoshe is an eyesore. And the government do a patch Mr. Accra Central. On who ye? I'll be renovating Accra Central. Police for frigates exit corridor, so they sleep in the open floor. Government in who ye? What is the government doing? And each and every year, people are being posted to the security services. Omukwa, omunya baby inda. Omukwa, omunya baby inda. And every year, what is the government doing about it? I don't believe say Accra Central. There are other police stations. They are crying. When you are essentially, you've been doing much interviews, and most of the police will tell you, say, baby, I done yeah, and say Aban should intervene for us. But the Aban is not doing it. What has happened to those people? If Aban, because I'm talking about Accra Central. If Aban renovate Accra Central, I will sing praises for Akufo-Addo and his government. I will even lead a crusade. Say they should break the 8. You cannot do something else, Kwabenya. Then you say, whereas other people are money. And you say, Ghana, they will not put the vulnerable at Kwabenya. Police are paying for no. They will go and put their people there to enjoy the facility. But I believe the facility was made for the whole police service. And the IGP, Ensuka Bribi, in fact, I say this edifice is one of the things that he has seen in his entire lifetime. In fact, IGP no mesreno. They told the BIA, nipa beye biwa meni na. A new government can come that can build a better and durable edifice than their president of commission here. No. What if that other IGP and so say their other government you know, this building is more fantastic than the other ways. What will he say? I think say he should rather give the government a thumb up for what they have done. But I shouldn't say one of the best that he has ever seen in his life. I believe during other IGP's time, Kudalo, Mohammed Al-Hassan will say, I believe the other government did the same. What you said, they also say that's the best that I've seen in my life. So I believe, say, MPP, yes, they provided the police service, but they should also, the same police service, no, they should look at some places that they did renovation for them to go and do it. Never is a Ghana for in some moment. But in the meanwhile, no, well, they have done well. Nipa Beyebi. What the president can do, no, that is what he has done. I believe, say, successive governments to take a cue from this and also learn so that we will all together build a better country.
Me ba ni ababe di political capture ho ensem se CCI se media no fa yes ye bu yankonta no akoye se CCI no amanyafo politics ani ebinimu a sika wo mu nsem ne ne ka ho agi ensem twere dwuma no aboso ne ne ka ho eno nso ye ba ni ababe di ho enkomo. But before that no yen kind messages kakra comment ni bi aba ma men kan bi wa hanum saying enfama motie for Musa Abato Asawansi says if President Akufo-Addo fails to cancel the appointment of non-NPP members on the EC board, we will hit the street to draw the attention of the world that he's on the mission to steal 2024 elections. That's a Musa Bato another way. Eddie Ebaye. And to one here says, why don't you call the minister and ask him what he's doing about the $2.5 million, Oga? The chop Ghana money, basa basa. That's Oheneba from UK. No, we'll try. And picking it is one. Befro, Mefa, no Bekasaya, another. What is wrong with Dr. Shebo? You see why NDC said they have an agenda to rig the elections. She stand firm. This election is do or die, as Mahama said. That's Tiki, Eddie Free Spinters. Now, I just want us to spend a break. Yes, I say Daily Graphic and we show political capture of media risky. Report one. So, political capture of the media landscape has been identified as a major threat to media freedom and a country's democracy. According to a research conducted by the Department of Communications of the University of Ghana, there was an increasing concentration of the media in the hands of partisan actors. Who? Yes. The question is, who controlled the public space through their media empires? PCR the amanyofono and a balance central ejumano de obo ejumano ababe di omunsem to omuchire enko left enko right oma GBB abo so me sha same feel so Seth this time around
yeah
since so what am I ya kebi mami kebi wa mambuenu
obi e kan asem say media is the fourth arm of government and I name Ejuma in Central for that is the media. Omudi ewo omaimu. Without the media, I don't think say the ordinary person out the KWASI within here their ekoso ewo omaimu. So media asemu is very very crucial. But the question is, media asomuye ejuma amuye. Tebia media. The media men are more politician, a fam media ejuma. We a media man, you cannot talk about a certain politician. Because when you speak against that politician, people will come after you. Media men are masebi, sikejie ayomude. And to be a politician, a media man cannot say it. What happened under President Mohammed's time? We know how the media was bashing them. We know how the media, even Dr. Pago Sindum, out. We know how the media took on that man. Almost painted Dr. Pago Sindum black. There's Sebi, or your Trista, or your 1111, and or Jim Crofosika, and Odin Krofosika Eko go abroche and Odi ya we say the media painted this man black. The media made sure say GN Group, GN Bank collapsed. Now this same media cannot talk. Assembly of court. This same media cannot talk. And believe you me, we know say the man was doing a genuine job. But media, now. Media cannot talk when it comes to political, because every politician has bought a media man or media woman who can see hey. Media, what is happening? Why can't people speak the truth? Because on my beboa every essential for on my baby essential for. So media, what are you doing? You lambast a certain political party. But when it comes to a certain political party, now media for under this MPP administration, I've not seen any vibrant media house attacking the MPP government with all the things that they are doing. Me who any media house should come out and tell me, said we've been lambasting the MPP government. No. And I've been saying, because some of the top media will say, almost MPP for to come, so they cannot come out and attack the government. Quite recently, Mayfair UTV, they came out to disclaim something. When something was being put on their Facebook wall against the vice president, say vice president for UTV for now, share. Ama
vice president. Former President Mahama.
Former President Mahama, thank you, former President Mahama. And I was happy how UTV came and rebutted that thing. They were bold enough. The Obia Obekas or Beshan in Odia and Yashi, Mawinu and Bosu and Yashi. But UTV came out and rebutted it. And they threw a challenge. But up to date, nobody. What I'm trying to say is the media should be up and doing, irrespective of who you are. Media should be able to criticize and put every government on its toes. Because Ghanaians, we hold the media OS accountable for everything that we do in this country. See the media, no better to me, that is what they should do. But let me say, under this government, media no IED. The media are not talking. And believe you me, most of us are complaining bitterly. But it is the media.
But the other side of it, and I'm sure that's research, in fact, say, idea ye teach you, an idea a share teach you, say, ownership of a media houses are could de political actors in some. So now almost control the space.
Yes, most of the media houses is being opened by politicians. So a ban is and when they employ me in Neat FM. Who a politician? Oh, do you think I can speak against your party? We know that media should be a free something. But politicians are infiltrating the media landscape until no media can be able to speak against that government, which is very wrong. Politicians media men should call a spade a spade. What is not good is not good. What is good is good. Because media can say that on my boy every media, so my every media. So the media should be up and doing. That's it.
Miss me that say that Bismarck no ache na adwuma me ko. Sorry, Seth no ache na adwuma me ko Bismarck so. Na me tie Bismarck. So research here about Bontin che say enne ofa no media adwuma the adwuma no akwa di politicians nsem. And enoma risky according to research at School of Communication for that's Communication of the University of Ghana. No, Department of Communication, University of Ghana. And your friend School of Communication, Akamano pa omunhwe mo maye nti sa ne ekosu sisia no de bonwuma na akwako di amanyofo ensem no ade a ebetimi aha kebi mami kebi na de adwen be ha adwen papa wadwen kira ho Bismarck.
Yeah, boy. I've not had the opportunity to
read the graphic story
research no. But before I make course no media set the media no share MPP, focus of MPP made such statement. And me saying is never true. Should speak too far. Media need the pockets of MPP. When it comes to issues of media capture, who controls the media? And is it true say media near independent? And one thing you better say, who share your system of governance because of democracy. My free speech, my room for establishment of media houses, and to me, I see say it's not just about politicians and they control the media. Media no set agenda setters. And Ubeba Despite Group, the owner of Despite Group, any politician, he's a businessman. On the plans, ne motive for setting up Despite. Maybe say a better propaganda ne normal Juma oye den oye. It's true say politicians being so owning some media houses. But I don't say omune control issues for discussion, matters of discussion. Come in. And you're peculiar to Ghana. We see China. Yeah, a state own way are China because of system of governance. I want to share a amount about my amount for a consuming But is it the case in Ghana? And yes, I Ghana, and yes, I the media houses in the fee say, Ghana for be consume, you know, person, omo eka. Your Ghana for person mutie and a media houses in eka chom. And who say because say democrat or the rule internet and ma kwima obi atimis and one motive nso the yedin or the but me nyakunya read the report ni and I me who how no money be or her me address it. But to me it's not just about politicians and control the media, businessmen, religious leaders, and that way depending on type of media house or more it's me I want to meka and one.
Okay, just a quick rebuttal.
Okay.
Asema Americano is a fact. And I made some references. During the former administration, we knew how media men lambasted the MPP administration. When Dr. Papa Kosi issue came, we knew how media men blacked this man. But under this current administration, have we heard of any media lambasting the government with all the negative things that they are doing? No. That is my point.
When issues are by some media. Here say MPP bros. Media ne come.
No.
Maybe.
No.
Maybe. We should be
no.
truthful to
the
ourselves.
Media is not critique to the NDC, to the Papa Kwesindum, as they are being in this MPP administration.
So you want us to believe say MPP Risuin. Noma na Mahama enye na media ne count.
The wrong thing that this administration is doing. Have we heard any media person coming out to criticize the government? My brother.
And this time
brother,
issues of corruption.
We need to be fair to ourselves.
At this time, and no maybe enko ye ntwaye wo aban MPP abreso no media ne kan wasem.
Oh no my brother.
David and you say media na kan wan watu.
No.
Media ne kan wasem.
No.
Media ne kan wasem.
There are so many instances that has happened that the media, the Jubilee House will just come out to say Jubilee House ebe out abeka say and the president has set the committee of inquiry or Jubilee House. Media is killed.
No,
I'm telling you.
The president
instances be
president Emrama who kwan Emrama president who kwan say issue be ba Emrama man who kwan say or set up commission of inquiry, set up a committee. So or set up committee and no chair say it Emra tia obi se me monka issue no was
masa menka se Emra etia.
And after say commission and as a committee and then the findings about the media has the right to criticize the findings of the report
because media had to be criticizing a certain administration, had to be criticizing a certain businessman in this country. But when it got to the MPP administration, media is not so critical to this MPP administration. That is what I'm saying.
What do you say?
We should be fair.
Okay. For mummy and Jani, I can meet you for now. I'm so much more dear. Now, I can't come a camera now. You may think maybe that'll be the last one I beg then before Belgium closing remarks. And DC Krata the Aquacoma. They've copied it to a number of personalities near institutions. Men canasa. Na ya baba hwe yes akrata no so nsem ni nyina ye mpenifo mi no bi o mampani eyi omo se omo enkoka electoral commission members no omo si omo ni o mampani enye adwen omo fi se yes mpenifo yi enyina eye MPP for ye ba nya ba be di ehon komo but ma men kan comment ni bi metie for the aba e wo WhatsApp no so Sami Boachi was a man kese o say NPP remains committed and very optimistic to break the 8 regardless of their propaganda machinery coming from the NDC. Ghana has realized that the MPP current administration met with COVID, the world pandemic, and then indeed we have been able to manage it. Sami Boachi, as a man can say, and or we free not by Mesha Kasante Abuso Kain, or say, I'm finding it so difficult to understand why President Akufo-Addo appointed a well-known NPP person to the board of the Electoral Commission. Was he under the influence of If Ghanaians will agree with me, I would suggest that no worker working with the EC be allowed to vote to keep them away from any suspicions, because all the EC workers have parties they support or vote for. Romeo, Edifi, Teshi, and Odi and Obai. I'm not sure that's what people are saying. No, they have to vote. Is their right? They have to vote. If you're a known party member, and only in Komo Amanfoka, Romeo. Kablanvi Opokuase Benghazi says all projects which were built by John Mahama have been intentionally abandoned by NPP government. John Mahama will come and complete it. All right. Please ask Sidun Ketia, does he think that we, the NPP members, so okay, so young Queen, Bismarck, mention same few, so Hajia Salima Ahmed Tijani and Dr. Apia Hene, still NDC and senior Wamakaya no mda sujidemo Oma Chokrata Krasisi ase Omo Akope Council of State for enye bibi found Umuntu Omampeni fu na sampeni fu ebeya Omampeni in Yomufio no say Mintio.
You see, the Kakao Anam it said, "Oh, to the Yamra." He said, "Yeah, houses. Maybe a penny. I'm out to that Mary Chairman. And Rana and my president appointed the missioners. I know and my ye. Pusha Sam Rana. A chese SCNA committee. And I need 2 deputies. And I nipan na ye beka ma omo running. Now about day-to-day running and administration of the Electoral Commission is a commissioner and then 2 deputies. And a year day-to-day running. Inti nipa na ne ka o me so board a decision. And I find it very difficult to understand the NDC. Nipa ya appointed no onye Ghana ni. And I say onye competent. And I say oni nimde oni skills. And I say oni suehunu a position ya appointed ni to no. Betimi edi sa adwuma no. In this case, and yes, an NDC for argument in United say, Nipano oil. Eh, Haji Anso, Busueni MP. Ye kasi ye corner side, more mind, your mind. Mimi GDA senka, omo can be bigger. Omonka say, oh, maybe a Dr. Apia Hene qualify. Ni suye hunu no endu ampempenso no ano ni nimde bi ode koka letter commissioner ene ni deputies no maye ni panso edijuma. If you have to go by sa no mana edu maybe na me pese ye be ye comparison say e maybe atwa me bi siye enti we enya hwe aya ye nuanu mandisi for no omutu anamo bi a me hu say Mure na e fi omu ya se ya. Ye wo man mu. Oma e retire na nse an emu baako. Tamale Central. Oko primaries. Oni ye Haruna Idisu Eko primary early 2000. But President Mills 2009 appointed me to the electoral to be a member of the electoral committee. Oh, enti akwesi ye to so biem. Yes, ade na enya ade a eboa mom. Now, NDC almost stuck in trading here. Because almost year be 2020. And fa. Nina and a more mutui. A preparatory way almost brainwashing on party for. There. 2024 election no more kono. Omu be lusu. And to omu lusia.
Papia hini de so ono is clear so MP.
Party ne party card aba HS or MPP ni ana.
Don't need to jina.
Ana
akwesi representative of platform so.
Maybe Ghana ha etia say to be a sympathizer of a party.
Yes, sympathizer.
Maybe wo ha etia na.
Ono comes the party ni.
Maybe wo ha etia sana. Maybe any.
I'm saying say ono
rather we should be focused and show the competence, and he qualifies. He has the necessary, the requisite skill, any experience now. I know your decision. I have no problem. I have no issues with that. Because election electoral commission officer yanto about. And I make us say, akwesi, where you preparatory way.
But again, unim say sorry, Bismarck, but unim say referee mobobi. Referee no mobo ni.
Electoral commission for
on 29 wobo mu. But again, say be say ye kodi kotokoni hasebo. Now unim referee bia. Or ye clearly be a house supporter. Who so be nim say akwa we known house supporter. Now you kasi unko jima wo anybody.
Me no problem. You see, the electoral commission they have the right to vote. They make and say NDC for everyone was sure supporters say 2024 election common him say belusi. Into Lucia. Oh, Yansha an MPP for area abanim and appoint you party member to electoral commission no. And no mashas ye day. Instead saying come back training polling station for training party for as to how collect results no. And you want focus, but focus and say Yansha and kika sansem way engu Ghana for and I engu NDC for team. That been in 2020. By the time MPP training a polling station executive, polling agents, no, now NDC for were doing something otherwise. And no be no mashas here. But the president here, no, and running my president, quite no Jina and Rasso and an appointee. Ain't he? Now, almost I say, me to say, only Mustafa Kasa, also a bit me is a Guma Abba, or being in a political background. Oh, we shouldn't create something dear. A chess, any idea, ye queen in but Nipanoa, ye appoint in Nijinam. And a day, I appoint any panel. Mumra until maybe. Rather, you focus and say, Yanko form. And co church a party for. Abana yan two electoral commission head office. Ya two our polling station. Ya two one near kind, near collation center. A collate results. No. And on NDC for one young wajuma. Because 2020, Lucy election, no, entry on party for Lucy election, no, the show mutim say winning. You John Mahama because say winning elections. At the year de ma a man for MONTIE be say no ma ye de. E wi chende ne hu ye. Call Supreme Court. General Secretary no ye chairman. Or say ni results no. They pa ye or be chairman. Or can it be say no ni results bia aba no mo winning. Ba no pese de court keke. Ko say Ghana for that agenda Ghana for me. And no be no masha say no. And I'm telling them say 2024 election no polling station ye beto ama MPP e breaki 8 no.
Okay. Into you.
Yes,
sir.
I thought they be you see Omaimu the ekoye maudia and ye ya as enkoye maudia and ye na usu. I believe, say, you're this country, and all these things started coming. But meanwhile, before we say, you agree with me, say, Ghana Constitution should be amended. There are certain things in the Constitution, powers that have been given to the president. You believe with me, say, those things should be changed, should be scrapped, so that Ghana power should be given to the people. Like how you are saying, say, election of commissioners to EC, it should be a non-partisan Ghanaian. Obia name the political color. That person should be appointed as chair of the EC because they name the EC autonomous body. EC taking the own decision. When or taking the decisions are, then EC will go and give it to cabinet for the president to assent until the constitution should be amended. Now, yawo maimu Badunia Farajan the MC when one money. If say both NDC ni MPP said say Dr. Farajan was in bed with both parties. Now, minim 2016 ebe elections for this country. We know what NPP said. Say Amadou Sule. Eya Drywood NDC ni. They made noise about Amadou Sule. Say Amadou Sule to me create constituencies. Wako creating constituencies are enim. Begging constituencies are people doesn't know. Amadou Sule, Edima NDC for. We know what MPP did to Amadou Sule. Omo chasta say Amadou Sule we know. When it came to Charlotte Osei, then MPP for Anfanya Charlotte Osei. And a Charlotte Osei again NDC ni and Okostati or Okostani or Prime Minister or Western region a whole lot. Or yeah, Nigeria ni what a whole lot. Then MPP Anfanya Charlotte Osei ewa maimu. Mudia egru musu die and the musu the NDC for ya no mudia nye. One him say abide the botachino ye the boba. One him say abide the botachino ye the boba. The same NDC, bright ya appointee, Miami, Adukwe, Benson Jane. NDC for a routine, same mini MPP ni, a whole lot. Dr. Sribo Kweku, him what NDC were saying. Now, this doctor appear hini. One Obeka organ said, doesn't know said this man is an MPP man who went and stood on the parliamentary ticket of MPP. We know all these records, and yet no. If you are, yes, it's a Ghanaian. It's a Ghanaian, I agree. But if this is a tendency, government should and they do PPP swap. If I do have a appointee was Uncle he's a chair because he has a
day-to-day running
PPP. No, my friend, no. Me say what is good for the goose is good for the gander. Abide the body techi me you. Abide the body techi the boba. Dr. Appear everybody knows who a strong MP. Why do you appoint such a man? So he's a commissioner. That's why I told you, sir. Look, 2016, when this Charlotte Osei issue came, PPP were saying, sir, we should appoint a non-partisan chair. We even came out with so many names. Dr. Bright Akwete, or Stevie Akwete, and so many people. My brother, Peace Council, and yes, do we know their political background? Yeah, if you recall, if you recall, Supreme Court 2012-2013, we know what MPP came to say, Peace Council, when Peace Council were calling for peace, what political party should sit down. And we know what MPP were saying, Peace Council for no, NDC for, you are in bed with NDC. And no more, the same thing NDC said, this current Peace Council, say on the MP. So where are we going as a country? Yes, Dr. Appear in Ghanaian. He pays his tax. But the question is, how can you appoint someone in your own party and say, Uncle Yisi? And he say, NDC for
my brother is
okay,
and if PPP should come into power, and I got pointing here near Wakwesi Boagye, Uncle Commissioner. How are you see?
For PPP.
Oh no, I'm just giving an example.
Yeah.
Because we don't know how to Obama PPP. I know and I want to. But if PPP should come to power and ABR, someone sees me and you talking outside.
Because of Echo Jones, I wouldn't mind to vote for PPP.
Yes, and the no say me no ejina bonti kasa. Sana of Akwesi or your PPP. You'll be the same person. So Becca say, oh, what for a PPP? You understand? PPP ni. And it's a PPP power. Now you demand Echo Jones and after this man, they say Uncle Commissioner. What will Ghanaian say? If we are appointing your own party people to electoral commission.
Okay, all right. That's it.
So I think, sir, MPP for no, they should rather come out and explain to Ghanaians. See that make an buy the bot, the bot by double year NDC for no. That is what is happening now.
Okay, all right. Me that's it. Now, person can be nan person
review. Me person busan. See, he has this and any position. They are appointed. He telling me say APP two competent jobber.
Yeah, that's not yet competence here. Not just the competence.
We shouldn't build the argument there.
We are not talking about competence here.
We are
talking about party.
Two different issues.
No, it's not two different issues. No, I meant my typical example. I mentioned says Charlotte Osena Madusuli. Because I am a IPAC meeting. I know what happens there. Meaning what MPP said. That Amadou Sule, echo creative constituencies are easy for
and was it false? It was true.
It was true.
Yes.
You are saying it was true.
Yes.
Now, the same thing is
coming up. Issue. Even EC, staff of EC, and a petition, Edekoi. Maybe what?
Staff of EC, do you know who were behind it?
Who are those behind?
Do you want me to tell you?
So these are two different issues altogether.
My brother.
The most important thing is
KWASI
ABOAGYE. The NDC's focus should be on training the polling station executives.
We are politicians. We know what politicians does.
Instead of them to train their polling station, no more eating competition.
Whereas training of polling stations.
We are training our polling.
Yeah, politicians. We know what politicians does.
Yo, Mate, any politicians in Bamcho won't fancy what Adam say. Politicians, Madam say. Politicians, Madam say.
Don't come and
say. Politicians, Madam say. Madam say politicians for.
We are communicated.
Politicians for Madam say. Me kan kakra na mababa gye mu closing remarks na mafa calls no bi nso e wo hanam say anope e wo eye dwumedie no so Is it please, our women who go to Burkina to buy tomatoes should be educated that Burkina Faso is not a stable country now because of the bandits who are fighting the government there. So they should stop going there to buy the tomatoes as they will be risking their lives. One here from Mr. Tay, Gulf Estate, Temanodi Free. Well, I'm sure say woman so baby omunya tomatoes ni be few. But why do you know so? No matter what people say, Dr. Bawumia will surely be our next president. So I'm pleading with fans of DMB to campaign without an insult to the other aspirants. That's one here from Abele Ngwa Alhassan Sise, Zenu Central. A solid economic management team at work struggling to break common IMF deal. We have the men indeed, solid economic management team. Alhassan Sise. No, the way by Mama G Ewakaswa says Nana Bawumia government is doing all its best to bounce to bring back the economy to life and fulfill all promises made to Ghanaians. Mama G Kaswa and all right. Closing remarks. Thank you. Now the chat crowd. I'm
the chat on say Ghana. Nanado danko tempensu a yedui ni enim si ebeduro nti na covid period no president know how to bring back him how I bet me nipa. We knew we would get to this point because a global pandemic affect global supply chain and global trade. And I'm do something. And I am born a home modern. He say, better say, Bema economy no about back to. And so now and I'm on pa and then on my pa guswa ye and ya koso I. Pia bay modern ma or bois. Yanya dear NDC. Now, we share NDC. how near money or Modigana for do mu. Nyamia Dum MPP be take up the mantle 2017. Did he say NDC is not the alternative? Alternative is empty and scary. See, yes, go back to Mahama. Omo raising 40 adverts against free senior high school. The Nipa or Bano Bakacho say, me ba me reviewer, na dream ban or and once or ball back council. The message say, yen tie a buying wage. Na me GDA say, the be a kono, a quine, ye quabeboa, Magana, etimi, and into my.
It has Bismarck Osayako. We are first vice chair for the ABOAGYE East constituency, New Patriotic Party. MONTIE Seth Hammond said.
Comments no be eka.
Yeah.
Tomatoes,
yeah. Yeah.
I think say as a country no, a new because if we pride ourselves, say our land is fertile, you do be a bar. I believe say your war omudidra your tomato farmers or maimu. But the question is, I didn't know muko Burkina Faso so muko fat. Ehano ensuya na anayen kwani enye. I think the way should be a source of worry for the government. And say omukwani enya, the government should make sure say omo say omukwano. Say omu need vehicles and that tractor ebe call a foam to go and bring those vehicles tomatoes to the wayside. I think the government should look at it. Say we should stop feeding someone's economy because into safer, right? You are feeding someone's economy. Whilst I benefit the country.
Mesumidasi, Hanum Sina Yedisi, that's Seth Hammond, PPP communication team member. Need 100.9 Ghana MONTIE Jumedie so and yawo Hanum Sina Breno and my crime. But Mejimu calls Kakriti for and Sana ya sorry. So 0302243540 030224257902 bet me afre na Udem Sam Kakradi aba. Hello.
The darling boy.
And I won't say that them.
I was see when you met the account.
A being council.
Hey, Hannah. Doctor. Cover by one. Kosi umpe. Cover by one. Or say promise that's fine. What is the Rama? Or therefore want to say.
Roma and Fidia Jumedi and I'm say Bibia Danako and one, sir.
When you doctor is fully support and now was he? What I know. I'm Musa, man, mameno. Was more to say. And then you be a woman, this really be at you. They say, what the man I pray, let you be a yama, the same ban or medical doctor or tech, or Bampania Roma. If you go to Roma, Yana, what come at them, Romaji, some town Namaji and Commano. I mean, no question. I am in your Bema before. Hereford, Sion, Ghana Library, or boy to my partner, the Nicolas at Wajiri. The kids also, call a year at Tua, a Christian Cham, Ghana Museum. I mean, no question. Many now you card administration yet. And you must come on penny go across a district down and let me send one send me bow by Korean Lecon. Who ever take a medical doctor? Who goes on the city? What are the then she shall pass 1D1F on Montpellier Sam, the media what is former trading search for a good traumatic that all the Tom Montpellier, my panel, Yabasam, Matis of our president, Mahama, or before didn't Sakika or Bar, or the Sabbath free education. The education of Montpellier Corporate Senior Patrol. Yes, and when you went city, or Montpellier by what not, I'm going to show you the education, echo, or what the minister about so na mesa sense but to ofem na that woman only give her to for nkasa it's all to for so my Ghana for ekwe botom anything for to ofem you to no all man office what we need to no matin e ofem so much that's it from us from them from Ghana for 24 here when from Prabontai abayechi na mo na chala baba talking that
Miss Medasi my engineer do on so on so adwin share hello morning
yeah free center area.
Thank you.
And I pay Michael Tifuina. When I walk Kennedy, I put a Japan, Michiano, who are he for Meza, he forced now. The woman do it for an echo. And I pay Michiami chairman. But to do a Yasu MPP chairman, Michiano baby. catch Ghana for ne say Yama Yanina ho na Ura Mam or maybe a man so pay if you whom say the name but now but pay what they did a man so pay who of course you say a dear moon you some the next in this car and they top petrol area get just so for my point for buy and I said you say in
Oh, kuse. Wahoma no article. Fashe. Hello. Yeah, you know Udin.
But you Ben,
Okay, you Ben.
That's it. I'm Chamba Mama. You will be a Yamim at Anna. No money. I will about all boy 24, 25. Not a present. Robert Winning. About we was about we was papa. Tell my penny will be dear. Minister, about we where to be that. I'm the winning. About we first present what be on my penny. When you ministers do. No one answered to come with it or men. Like I said, we could be glad to Kabida. Boys and Kabi, go Frank Kabi. At times, a man of young Kabi. Men to be Brebeno, and yen. As I said, Musu Biano, who saw a man's car, it is just a minute. We can. That's why you're watching. Keep the Bishop Tipper dancing. Tipper dancing, you call a sitting get Yako a month from Bishop Quanya. Cast a number so it was Yenian. Instead to fit in the we see I and the never should have Quanya. Now, what be the Quang we know yet 2016? No, we can we have to walk. And men never got away in our say. But the way we in our say will come yet think. I say. Now, quite a present say, because I didn't get to my women yet. Rosa. Wouldn't you?
And I say, I'm engineer, who try to cry no pay course, near for course, and fancy. Breno, and Fabry. Yeah, Udin. Ain't you?
But in Mamincha, what you for? War, the tackling for them. Mamincha, lawyer Jump. Did he say, maybe I never to come. I'm keeping for my baby. So when you've been, and I'm a bomb, my boss say, I need you. Up to now, a moment to come in the Ghana for say, by waiting. Then, was you appointing we am people. One chassis. What the don't work at time, no man yarding say, which my yagumana or no table and fancy. One can check on a for say, by the pussy. I did about 4 months up to now, your mamma, a better or Nama or people, your coffee education. Man, Grana, and yet, a man could and no Bobby, pussy. Any person, yeah, say, you anticipate because of a deal be. You know, to me, far, Yaman to quasi say, Mayeno. The Ghana for engine said you know, cassette education. But where you reach will be better fee to be. Because you are, I know this is about say, 300 Ghana, and no big coffee, and big coffee. And that day, I know the buy. I was seeing enough to buy to do another month. Because you say, one will not be necessarily money now, or person would be a little bit. I was soon ready. I buy it 9 over no ticket to be in your boot because will be for common. I was you, yes, no one yet, but let's send this for said, your Mocata Ghana for me. The only convenient Ghana for your Mocana say, I'm PP, if you're no Mocama, only you for selection, your Macasa PP. Let's Ghana for say, whom Miss this almost selection power, what it buy less. If it's almost a double tracking. I'm a penny at my assistant in my year because you're fine. I'm sure my boy, which I say.
Okay, all right. Yeah, that's Papa. Hadn't seen a digital media DC. Make